We're going to call to order the regular meeting on Monday, April 22nd, 2024 at 2:02 p.m. And if you'll please stand for the invocation, Commissioner Wood will lead us.
Precious Heavenly Father, thank you for this gorgeous day. Thank you for the freedoms we have together. We pray, Lord, that you will help us as we conduct the business of the county. Help us to make smart, wise decisions. Watch over and give us a safe trip home. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Could I get a motion for approval of the agenda?
Motion to approve.
Second. All right, any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. At this time, at 2:04 p.m., we're going to open the public hearing on the bridge replacement project on Highway 268 and 89, bridge number 37. Before we get into the comments, I would like to ask Pat Ivy if he would come and give a presentation that he's prepared. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. It's good to be here as always. I've got just a couple of slides just to, well, there we go. A couple of slides to give you all an update on where we are with the project, sort of give you a little bit of historical background to show you how we got to where we are today, and then lay out a couple of options for you all to consider. So this slide here, talking about the project history, this bridge replacement was selected and adding to our bridge replacement program in 2018 by the NCDOT Structure Management Unit in Raleigh, and it was chosen to be added primarily because of the condition. All of our bridges are prioritized based on our rating. This one was considered structurally deficient and functionally obsolete, and based on the priority replacement index. All of that, the project just simply rose up to the level that it was included in our program in 2018. Initially, we looked at 3 different options for replacement. The replace in place where it's located today, and 2 new alignment alternatives for replacement, and I'll go through those in more detail. Based on our initial responses from the school system and the emergency services folks here in the county, the length of the detour and past project history on other bridge projects across the county, we decided the best option would be the new alignment alternative. Planning and design has progressed to the right-of-way stage, and this includes all required environmental studies, biological assessments, and the environmental document. All has been completed. Right-of-way acquisition of this project began in August of last year, and then, of course, as you know, the first part of this year, we did get a request for the commissioners to consider changing this alternative again in early 2024. So that brings us to where we are today. I want to just briefly go through each of these options. You all have a larger map in front of you that details each of these if it's easier for you to see, but I'll talk about each one individually. The first one is alternate 1, which is the DOT recommended alternate. This alternative is estimated about $3.9 million. We expect the construction duration of this alternative to be from 14 to 18 months. We do not have a definitive timeline yet. We'll know as we get closer to that. We did make some modifications to the proposed design to minimize some of the property impacts and to eliminate the septic system impact from Mr. Mabe's property as well. And that's the alternate that you see in green. The southern alternative that you see in yellow here, this was actually eliminated from consideration very early into the process. When we looked at the alternative, the concern that stood out to us was the resulting intersection of the new road at NC 89. As you can see on this map here, the intersection is very close, if not touching, the 89 bridge there. We felt like there was a potential safety issue with sight distance and also the lack of a turn lane on the Highway 89 bridge, that we felt like that was not a good alternative, so we eliminated that one from consideration. However, the cost and the construction duration would be about the same as alternative number one. The last option here shown is alternate number 3. This is the replace in place option with the off-site detour. Now with this option, the duration of that closure and detour would be anywhere from 12 to 14 months, although we do have some more, if we go with this option, we do have some more detailed analysis we will have to do to fine tune that, but we estimate anywhere from 12 to 14 months. Based on the cost estimates that we have, we estimate that there could be a potential cost savings in construction from anywhere from $500,000 to $800,000. The important thing you need to understand is that the majority of those increases would probably be eliminated because of the redesign, going back with our consultants to basically redesign the project and starting from scratch. So we imagine most of that $500,000 to $800,000 will be eaten up by additional design costs there. So these are all 3 of the options that you see here. Just a couple of more comments here. Again, I stated earlier, their right-of-way acquisition began in August of 2023. The current let date for the project is August of this year. However, we do anticipate whether we remain or retain the current recommended alternate, we will probably have to push that schedule out a few months to finish up all of the engineering and right-of-way acquisition. If a different alternate is endorsed, the project would likely be delayed by at least 1 year to allow us to go in and do the redesign that'll be needed for that project as well. One risk that we have there, of course, is if we delay it a year, you all know what inflation is doing to all of our costs. The risk is we anticipate the cost for this project would go up a little bit as well. So one last thing I wanted to mention to you about the detour. That seems to be one of the items we've been discussing quite a bit with citizens and with the school system and with the EMS folks. You see here on this map the 9.5 mile detour route for this particular bridge. It's about 15 minutes. And of course, as I said before, we have, this is similar to locations where we've replaced bridges in the county, such as Meadowbrook Road in King, the Dan George Road in this same general area, and there's several others where we received many, many complaints from the citizens because of the road closures. I also wanted to mention, as you see here, we have a few other projects where we built the replacement on new location without closing the road. One example, of course, here locally, the Shepherd Mill Bridge, scheduled to go to award in February of 2025. We're also working on the replacement for the Collinstown Road Bridge. That is also being proposed to be done on new location, not close the road, in February of 2028. And of course, we recently completed the replacement of the NC 704 bridge over the Dan River as well. All of those were built in new location without a detour. So here are the 2 options. And obviously, you can consider any others that you all might have, but the ones we're putting forward is option number 1 is to reaffirm support for NCDOT's recommended alternate number 1, which is replacing the existing bridge north of the existing structure. Again, the project schedule may be delayed a few months due to the work stoppage that occurred in January when we knew we were going to be coming back to the commissioners. Second option is for the commissioners to request NCDOT to change the recommended alternative to alternate number 3, which is replace in place. If that is the case, we would certainly require a resolution of support from the county commissioners. Again, that road closure and the 15-minute detour duration would be from 12 to 14 months. The delay, the project itself would be delayed by at least 1 year while we updated the designs and right-of-way acquisition for this. And of course, as I indicated, a potential risk is inflation costs due to that delay. And remember, the cost savings associated with using alternate 3 will likely be negated due to the redesign. So that is, here of course is our contact information. That's my information. My staff and I are here to answer any questions from you all or any that may be brought up by the public during the public hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we get going, I'll call the names up and everything. Just 2 quick things. One, I just want to make sure everyone knows that this isn't a requirement of the DOT to have a public hearing. We wanted, as a Board of Commissioners, we wanted to make sure there was a public hearing so we can everybody's input, and also at the same time to have the DOT personnel also available for a presentation and also to ask questions. Second thing is try to keep your comments to 4 minutes. When you get to the 4-minute mark, you'll hear a beep that'll come from the county manager. I'll try to let you finish out whatever kind of sentence that you want to finish out the thought, but we have to kind of keep it within restraints. So at this time, will Dan Walber please come up for public comment?
Hi there, I'm Dan Walber. I live at 1225 The Bull Road in Danbury. And whereas I've lived on just off Piney Grove Church Road for about 30 years and taught at North Stokes High School and all, prior to that I lived over on Big Creek off Lynchburg Road for about 10 years. I still own property on Big Creek, so I go over that bridge coming and going every day. And maybe other than Dave Hodgkins with the River Company, Canoe Company, I've probably been across that bridge more than anybody that I know. So anyhow, I want to emphasize the use of that bridge. I don't think most people know that is a major thoroughfare. You want to get to King, Winston-Salem from Lawsonville, Sandy Ridge areas and all that. That's the only way to go. Okay, and we know we've got a detour now with 89 and all that, but I emphasize just how much that road is used. School buses, all those things, and plus the recreational hub, and that's a lot of what I'm here to talk about. Anyhow, I've discussed this with neighbors, people I've known for decades, and I hope you listen closely what they say. It's a complicated issue, inconvenience, expense, and all of that. All of them have valid questions, valid concerns that need to be taken seriously. I remember the Dan George project, Dan George Road projects that have occurred before. It can be a real inconvenience. But please, let's look at the big picture. Safety. I'm not worried so much, maybe I don't know the details, I'm not worried so much about bridge collapsing under me or whatever. I don't know just how big of vehicles are still using that road. But if you've been up there on a weekend particularly, there's canoe people, kayak people all over that intersection. On 89, on 268, there's people all over the place. How in the world we haven't had a tragic accident with somebody killed there? Just because that's the hub. That's where people drop their canoes. There's people all over the place. I may be mistaken, but I think there was opportunity years back to pick up what I refer to as the Hoover Witt property, catty-corner to that, as canoe access. But if we do this project without looking at the fact that not only is that a major thoroughfare, but that is a recreational hub. There's no parking. People are walking up and down the banks of that river. I really just think that, we're just shortchanging the whole process here. And if there was ever a time to look at what's that supposed to look like in the future? How's it going to be used? And how are we going to feel if we have, our $1 million bridges or whatever, but somebody gets killed up there? And there's people all over that intersection, just almost daily, and especially, peak season. So please think about that. Whatever has been done in the past, let's look at that whole area, because it's quite an intersection there. Thanks.
Anna Wheeler.
Hi Commissioners, my name is Anna Wheeler and I work for Dan River Basin Association, and our North Carolina office is located at 413 East Church Street, or just Church Street in Eden, North Carolina. The Dan River Basin Association is a local 501c3 nonprofit whose mission is to protect and promote the Dan River Basin through recreation, education, and stewardship. Our nonprofit covers 2 states and 16 counties throughout the Virginia and North Carolina. And all the watersheds of the Dan River as well. As an environmental nonprofit, DARBA is concerned with any disruption to the natural ecosystem and our water resources, but we also understand that road maintenance and bridge replacement are a necessary part of providing safe public transportation. It is our position that the current NCDOT construction and bridge replacement project plan for the NC Highway 268 bridge over Big Creek in the Westfield area of Stokes County, bridge replacement 0102, will cause undue disruption to the pristine environment along a natural heritage corridor. We urge NCDOT to adopt the proposed alternate plan, or at least research it, of bridge replacement in the current footprint to reduce additional environmental damage. The Natural Heritage Corridor includes state and federal listed plants and animals, as well as natural communities. Using the current footprint would protect further disruption to the local environment on Big Creek. It is understood that construction projects near bridges will always have some environmental impacts. However, expanding the impact further upstream or downstream when the disturbance has already occurred on a current footprint does not consider the additional impacts to the creek, riparian areas, or property owners. Furthermore, nearby sections of the Dan River have been nominated for high-quality waters and outstanding resource waters through NCDEMLR. As a nonprofit, a natural resource-based organization, DARBA is concerned about water quality and outdoor recreational impacts. DARBA is a partner with North Carolina State Parks for the Dan River State Trail. During public meeting discussions for the proposed master plan, this general location was mentioned as a potential site for a formal river access, as there was one historically. Discussions about this location were not based on parcels or other knowledge other than the length in between other access ramps and its historic use as a river access. Identification of properties has not occurred, and the planning stage does not discuss specific properties unless they are currently owned in a public easement or acquisition. DARBA appreciates the effort of the community and commissioners to further investigate the bridge replacement plans. The protection of our resources and community needs can go hand in hand, and DARBA looks forward to continued partnership with local stakeholders and property owners to further the mission of DARBA. Thank you.
Lauren Dossett.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Hey, Lauren.
My name is Laura Dossett. I own 38 acres along Big Creek right before it enters the Dan. My address is on Lynchburg Road. If you're standing on the Big Creek Bridge looking north, the northwest quadrant, the high hill there, that's the definition of my the boundary definitions, Big Creek and Lynchburg Road. I am arguably the property owner with the most at stake, with nearly 2 acres of my frontage on DOT's chopping block. This entire project may hinge on your review regarding the safety and public impact of temporarily closing the road versus keeping it open. So thank you for this opportunity. I believe that this project is not only bad for me and my property, but bad for Stokes County. I'm here today to appeal to your common sense. DOT has been less than transparent, but from what I can gather, the original plan was to temporarily close Lynchburg Road and do the replace in place, as we just heard. It would literally be the path of least resistance, the least expensive, the most responsible use of taxpayer money, the least invasive for property owners, the least destructive and detrimental to Big Creek and the Dan, and the fastest way to accomplish the task. There is documentation in DOT's early records from the Stokes County Sheriff's Department that the emergency services would adjust to that road closure. They did not oppose the temporary closing of Lynchburg Road. Somewhere along the road, things changed. I don't know why. I was told verbally through my lawyer by DOT that the county didn't want to close the road, therefore justifying the seizure of my land and the destruction of the ridge over Big Creek. As you analyze the safety question of closing that short stretch of road or keeping it open, I respectfully request that you make that determination based on data, professional assessment, and thoughtful advice from your emergency services staff and local volunteer fire departments. Please do not make this decision based on political pressure or gut feelings. To describe the site, it's roughly 100 feet straight up from the bridge to the top of my ridge. I don't know how to do the calculations of how much dirt that will be. I do know that I recently had a well dug, and it went down 875 feet through solid granite, so I have a pretty good idea about what's under those trees at the top of that ridge. DOT has not done core sampling. They literally have no idea what they are getting into. For anyone who thinks that keeping Lynchburg Road open is the most convenient thing for everyone, they need to think again about what kind of unpredictable road closures will happen during this process, what delays will be involved, how much blasting, how much time it's going to take, how many dump trucks, and how much damage to county roads. With this enormous excavation, there will be irreparable damage to Big Creek itself. Here's a summary of the environmental significance of Big Creek. Big Creek is a designated natural heritage corridor by the State Department of Natural and Cultural Resources, DNCR, which means it holds special significance and is worthy of protection. Big Creek is home to numerous endangered species, including the notched rainbow mussel, the James River spiny mussel, the river reed darter, the big-eyed jump rock, I love that name, and the Roanoke log perch. Big Creek, that stretch of Big Creek is also a wildlife corridor for countless land mammals. The North Carolina Wildlife Resource Commission's technical report that was written specifically about this project states that a tree clearing moratorium is anticipated from April to October for the endangered northern long-eared bat and the tricolored bat. Dr. Miles Silman of Wake Forest University and representatives of the Center for Biodiversity have spent time walking the creek and the property and view it as one of the most intact and biologically diverse tracts in the region.
Wait, you got one more sentence you want to?
I have more than one sentence. Is Alder here?
I am here.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Alder Southern. I'm representing Dan Riverkeeper. Our new office is located in Medan, North Carolina. We've submitted comments, written comments you should all have. If you don't, I have them here for you. I would like to pass the remainder of my time to Ms. Dawson, please.
Thank you.
Okay. Big Creek is a major feeding stream into the Dan, and as was just said, recently designated a paddle trail by DNCR, and hence a tourist destination and a future source of revenue for the county. This confluence of Big Creek and the Dan, as Mr. Walber said, is a known spot. It's a destination. It's a beautiful stretch of road that's used by park visitors, bicyclists, motorcyclists, kayakers, and fishermen. The proposed plan will not only be an environmental scarring, but a visual blight that can never be repaired. I am not from Stokes County, but I got here as quick as I could. I knew when I saw the land that it was where I needed to be, that it needed to be protected, and it needed to be shared with the community. And I have been doing that ever since. Excuse me. This property is not just where I live. As a teacher, a writer, and a musician, I make my livelihood there. I host events and retreats throughout the year, all of which use the entirety of the property for participants to hike and wander the hillside and the creek. I've hosted large fundraising events for Stokes Arts, Friends of Stokes Shelter, Piedmont Land Conservancy, and other local organizations. I've held scores of concerts and theatrical events that are open to the community. I've hosted several memorial services and have plans for weddings as well. More personally, Big Creek is a gathering place for my extended family. I have 3 brothers and their large families. I have 3 adult daughters, and they all have families of their own. We buried my mother on the property. This past weekend, for the first time, I had my baby grandson playing in the creek. So to be clear, I do not want the removal and scarring of my land. I do not want the loss of forest and buffer. I do not want the structural compromise to a road I have just uphill from the blasting. I do not want the damage to Big Creek and the dam. I do not want wasted taxpayer dollars or wasted time involved in an unnecessarily difficult solution to a simple problem. What DOT is proposing to do is breaking my heart, but it is not breaking my will. I will be fighting this for as long as I can. I've been an advocate for environmental issues for years. If this bridge replacement proceeds as currently planned, it will not happen easily, and I will not go quietly. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Oakley Mabe?
I'm Oakley Mabe, and I live at 3717 Highway 89 West. I own the property that these folks want for this road. My folks didn't know what they were buying when they bought the land in 1942. And if you like what you see on Highway 89 going up to Step Rock Hill and across Big Creek, you can thank my ancestors for the last 150 years. And part of that is including me. I don't claim to be an environmentalist, but I also know you can't destroy things that are growing like that. And you can notice the big poplars along there, and you notice that they're still there. But I want to answer the question of why this bridge was suddenly decided to move. They originally were going to put it in place and did all the research necessary to do that. And suddenly it got changed. Well, I don't know. I asked why that it was changed. And the answer that I got did not ring true with what I received from them with the Freedom of Information Act. I was told that the people in Stokes County objected to any more bridge closures. That was not the case. What I saw from the Freedom of Information was that the Stokes County folks said, we'll adapt. They closed the roads on Dan George Road for 5 months and put 246 feet of bridge back in place and didn't do any damage to the environment, to the sides of the hills or anything like that. Nobody complained that I'm aware of. The bridge that we're talking about replacing is 166 feet long at a cost of the estimated $3.9 million. Now I know what's in that hill because I've had some experience. I'm 83 years old and I've learned a lot of things about that area. I probably know more about that area than anybody in this room. That mountain is out of iron. There was a smelter just up the creek from where they're proposing to move this bridge. And so that smelter operated in the 1790s on until I got a feeling that Stoneman blew it up when he came through wiping out the one at Danbury. So all of it has a historical value. It has a natural value. There are people in that creek all the time on the river surveying the natural species. And you've heard some of that today. But what they're proposing, they would have to, if you look at that bridge, that rock comes all the way to the edge of the water. It's under the bridge. It's there. It'll have to be removed, or they'll have to build barriers. But let me tell you what, it's not really about all of that. It's not really about just moving of the bridge, why the bridge suddenly decided to be moved. The real deal behind it is that they want a parking area for canoe folks. That's you can see what the plan is to, you can ask them, but anyway, you can ask them. But anyway, it's a parking area for the folks that come and put the canoes in. I've never denied one person the opportunity to put their canoe in or whatever they wanted to put in the river or creek. Not one. In all the years it's been there. Even though I've had nudity and I've had stuff dropped off on the whole pickup load one time, I just cleaned it up. But you need to know that it's not just the bridge closure would be an inconvenience for a while. But putting it back where it is would save the environment, would save money, and would also, they've already got a parking area provided from the other bridge. So the fellow talked about more that the place was.
Oakley, you're going over your time.
Okay.
You got.
They talked about being there, that there's plenty of parking already. I don't complain about that, and thank you for listening, and I appreciate you.
Okay. Thank you. Next, I can't read the first name, but it's Hoskins. Dave.
Thank you very much. We appreciate this meeting. My name is Dave Hoskins. I'm the owner and the operator of the Dan River Company, as well as the Green Heron Ale House, which is located on Flincham Road, 1110 Flincham Road, Danbury, North Carolina, 27016. Okay, my access is within 16 feet of the bridge. So I have a major concern about making sure that my business and the property that I control is kept open and clear. And that's basically between DOT and myself, and we've talked before, and everybody thinks it's going to be fine. As far as the choices that you have, closing the bridge and redoing it in spot is going to be as environmentally safe, as community oriented, and the easiest way to do it by far. There are health concerns when it comes to EMS. They will have to figure that out. But I will stress more than anything, I would push this project back as far as you can until you get done with 89, because you can't do anything until 89 is open. Because if 89 is closed and that bridge is closed, nobody's going to be able to go anywhere. And 89, right now, I'm spending 3 times the fuel. Now, I went 3 miles and 3 miles back to drop my customers off. Now I'm driving 7.5 miles because the road in 89 is collapsed. So I'm going to have to go all the way around Piedmont Springs to Moore Springs to Dan George. So that's going to continue. So if you close the bridge, not going to bother me a bit because I'm already doing it now. But 89 has to get open before you're going to be able to do this. If you don't, then no one's going to be able to go anywhere. You're going to have to go all the way up to Lawsonville and go back down to get across. So, in addition to as far as Mr. Mabe said about the parking and all that, there are other better choices in that area than any plans to rebuild or redo anything. So if you move that bridge downstream, you're just cutting in, you're going to have to restructure everything. If you build it upstream, you're going to have to cut into rock. And like they said, and it's going to be environmentally a nightmare. And Mr. Mabe is going to lose property, as well as Dorset, as well as the other gentleman talked about. An eminent domain is not a great thing going on right now. But to get back to it, the easiest way is to close the bridge, the safest. But once again, you can't do anything until 89 is open. Okay? If you don't open 89, this is all moot. Okay? Because you're not going to be able to go anywhere. You're not going to be able to do anything. So it's going to be pushed back a year or 2, regardless of what you choose to do. And the high is going to go up. Now, if you drive up to Highway 704, that's a tremendous project that they did. And it will show you just how much of a cut that they're going to throw into this little project. DOT does a fabulous job. I videotape that bridge every time I want to cross it because of the spectacle of moving that much earth. But you go look at it, it took a lot of property away from a lot of people, and it took a long time. And beautiful bridge and all, but it was huge as far as the impact went. So, in my opinion, you should stop, close the bridge, redo it where it is. I have a bias. I don't care if you put parking in there for canoes and kayaks or not, because it will affect me more than anyone if you do that, because I have a little monopoly there. Mr. May will tell you, there's plenty of parking there on the sides of the road, but we could all work on that together with the Dan River Basin Association to find a better place. Upstream would be much better where Stokes County had their access before. That land is just sitting there. It's 2 acres. Nobody's done anything with it. It still has the steps. Everything's fine. So to finish up, leave private land alone, close the bridge down, get it done. Think about 89. Let's get that done right now, because that is the biggest detriment of this county right now. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Before I close the public hearing, is there any kind of comments or? Go ahead.
From what Dave was just talking about, I just happened to have had a conversation with Pat Ivy before the meeting started about his concern with 89. So Pat, would you like to update everybody on that?
Be glad to.
That they won't close at the same time?
Yes, we are actually opening bids for the repair on the NC 89 Wednesday, and we expect the completion date for that project is actually September. So that will definitely be open before anything gets done on this bridge, regardless of which option you go with.
Okay, great. I got a couple more questions before you sit down. You talked about the impact of inflation on the bridges with the delays with whichever option we do or whatever. What is the real impact to us as far as that inflation? Say, I mean, it does come in higher, you just still don't do it, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, sir.
Just
Just
will
want
take
to make sure
longer.
you were aware that that was an impact, and that impacts all of us as taxpayers.
Yeah, okay. Just from clarification, I didn't think that was an authorized canoe access at that intersection there. Is it?
It's
I'm
not.
a little confused.
It's not. We're not involved with any access
No,
at that
okay.
location. No.
I'm just curious. I thought maybe something had changed since I last looked or whatever. Okay, and one of the speakers made a comment about, I think it was Dave, about parking area for the canoe access. Is it something you guys were trying to do or something? Is that what you said, Dave?
No, I was under the impression that maybe I got DARPA and the DOT confused. But I was under the impression that there might be someone trying to put something in that area as far as an access to the road. So, because there is not public access there now, there was about 150 feet, 200 feet upstream on the river left. That was Stokes County had for a number of years until they lost the lease.
Oh, okay.
And that would be the choice as far as it would be out of the picture of the bridge and everything. It wouldn't be any fault at all. That would be the area that I would focus on. And that would take away from anything that somebody wants to show me. I would say that you're wasting your time. You've already got an access. You should work on trying to get that one. That's what I was trying to say.
Okay. The only other thing I said, at our next meeting, we need to do a resolution, I guess, will be the plan, right? Of what our recommendation is to you guys, and you'll do whichever we say.
We will DOT has to make the decision, but obviously the desires of the county commissioners will weigh very heavily in that.
Well, it ain't on the agenda today.
If I may say one other thing, there's been some discussion between, as far as property impacts between the two options. I want to make sure everybody understands, moving to the replace in place option, it does not eliminate the property impacts. We will still acquire right of way. We will still have to do some cutting on the hill that has been talked about. It will lessen those impacts substantially, but there will still be property impacts even with the replace in place option. Just want to make sure everybody understands that.
Major impact or minor impact?
It's all in your perspective. I'm sure the property owners would consider any impact to be major. With the hill, that is a very steep hill there, as the property owner has mentioned. The bridge itself will be wider than what's out there today to meet current standards, and it will be longer. We will extend up the hill, so there will be some amount of cut that's going to still be needed in that rock mountain right there, and we are very well aware of what we're dealing with in that mountain there. But there will be impacts.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman, for now.
Ronnie, do you have any?
I don't really have any questions. I just want to make sure everybody in the audience will help me out by making sure that you understand which we got recommended alternate number 1 and recommended alternate number 3. Number 3 is the one that is replaced in place, correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Everybody that is here concerning this issue that favors alternate number 3, replace in place, would you please stand up? Thank you. Thank you. Everybody that's in favor of recommending alternate number 1, would you please stand up? Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Anybody else?
I don't have any questions, I think. Clear. Thank you, Greg.
I'm good.
All right. At this time, we'll close the public hearing at 2:43 p.m. Before we go to public comments, we have 3 names that signed up also under public comments that have already talked under the bridge. Is it your intent to talk some more?
I just had that in case I wanted to respond to something I've heard, but I'm fine.
You're fine. And same with you. And then David, is he still here?
He just left.
Okay.
He just walked out.
Oh, okay, all right, so I think we're good. So there was nobody else signed up for public comments, so we will go to the comments from the manager and the commissioner. Commissioner Mendenhall, do you want to start?
I just want to thank all of you. I mean, this is what government is about, getting input from the citizens. I mean, y'all are the people that live in Stokes County just like I do, and on important issues like this, I want to hear what you have to say. It's very important to me. You're what I call my constituents, and you vote us in and vote us out. Unfortunately, you can't vote me out this time because I'm not running. However, it's still very important to me. I think most of y'all know I was principal at North Stokes for 7 years. I rode Lynchburg Road many times, 89, that was my constituents. That was the kids I had at North Stokes High School. And I was principal there 7 years, so I'm sure I've not rode across that bridge as many times as y'all have, but I have rode across that bridge many times when it was snow days and having to call whether it was snow or not. So thank y'all for coming. Anybody that's watching on YouTube, I'd like to thank them. Appreciate that, and that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Morris?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I welcome everybody. I'm really encouraged by all the participation today in the public hearing. I just rode out there again this morning and looked at that bridge just to make sure I understood what it looked like, even though I've been across it a million times, and to see how it was situated and everything. I think I think the board would agree we will deal with this very quickly, and I'll go on the record right now saying that unless some catastrophic data pops up or something, it makes much more sense for me to replace the bridge in place than it does do the alternate that's currently on the table. So that will be my position. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Wood?
I agree with Rick, so y'all know where I stand. Thank you for coming out. It means a lot. I got a little update for y'all. I got an email from Robin before the meeting started. Vade Meckham renovation project has been awarded to H.M. Kern in Greensboro, and the state is waiting on paperwork before they have a pre-construction meeting. That's all I got.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank everybody for being here and for coming to express their opinion and give their input, and all those watching online. It's a lot to consider. And I noticed Lee Puckett, he was here and he stood up. He's Judge Puckett's husband and an engineer. I didn't know. Was there something you wanted to say about this, Lee? Okay, he didn't sign up, but
I mean, if you got a quick comment, I don't think we got any objection from anybody on the board. Yeah,
he's coming up here.
I am a lifelong citizen of Stokes County, born and raised here, went to school, came back here to live my life, raise my family, and I was employed by NCDOT. Pat Ida was my boss, and unfortunately, for those on this side, I'm the one they're probably mad about, because I'm the one who got the calls, who got the complaints when we built Dan George. Kyle Hall, Representative Kyle Hall, called numerous times to Pat about citizens' complaints when we, closed Dan George. So, Mr. Walker said, who's my English teacher, having kids at North Stokes, this is a very highly traveled road from the northern part of the county to the western part of the county. Having dealt with DOT projects before in the past, I understand these citizens' complaints about taking roads. I mean, I do. And especially when we come to Stokes County, being a lifelong resident here, I live less than 2 miles from the project. I don't make decisions to take land lightly. But knowing the impacts this was going to have to the northern part of the county, to the school system, to the link from northern part to western part, this is critical to remain open, especially for the schools. I'm the one that reached out to the Sheriff's Department, the EMS, and I was told that, yeah, we can do with it, but having dealt projects in the past, I don't want to be the one on 911 saying, hey, we'll make it work. And that 30 seconds is the reason that my mom and my dad passed away. So I just ask that y'all, I know, Commissioner Morris, you done made your decision, but I ask that, you think of all the citizens that go to North Stokes School, the people who use that link from northern part to southern part, that you make your decision based on the majority, not the few. And that's what we're tasked to make these hard decisions by, is for the majority, not for the sentiments of a few. So thank you, Commissioner Cox, for giving me a chance to do that. I actually told Pat that I'd be here with a snowball when we all got rolled up and wrapped up like Snoopy. But anyway, I'm sorry that I did make some of y'all mad. But I lived here my whole life. I live less than 2 miles from it, so I understand the impacts. And Mr. May, I apologize, but that's not me.
And just to piggyback on that, I haven't, of course, made my decision yet, but I would like to hear from the school system. I would like to hear from them, like in either in writing, email, or come to our meeting, just to be clear of the impact to the school system and EMS on this, for sure. Thank you.
Amber?
Welcome. Thank you all for being here today and sharing your input. I hope you all had a great weekend and enjoy this nice weather we have coming up. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Appreciate everybody coming today. And those that are watching us via YouTube and streaming, especially the people that came in here and gave their opinion, both sides. I mean, I think it's very important for us to listen to everybody and to see the impact that it will make or can make upon everybody, including the property owners. But we will do as Commissioner Cox request, and we'll get feedback from the school system.
I did notify them it was on the agenda for today.
Okay.
So, but I will make sure that they hopefully can come next time or get us something in writing.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Second thing is I know we're a day late, but I do want to remind everybody that April 14th to the 20th was National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. So I know we're a little bit off with our schedule, but I just want to make sure that they know the people that are in that building that are answering the 911 calls. The people in the field couldn't do what they do if we didn't have the people taking the 911 calls. It's very stressful in there. So a lot is on the line, and I don't want to negate the importance of those personnel that work 24/7 doing that, and it is a stressful job. Second thing, I want to, a friend of mine, when I was in the late 80s, when I was working for the Fayetteville Police Department, him and I worked together. We didn't work on the same squad, but we crossed paths on certain operations and certain calls. His name is John Christie. Well, last Tuesday, John passed away. He was 61 years old. John and I kind of lost contact shortly. Well, we worked together about 4 years. He ended up going to the Guilford County Sheriff's Office to work, where he finished out his career there. And so he had kept close contact with a person that worked on the same squad with him and also was on the SWAT team with him. So one day they were kind of going back and forth, and he'd ask about me, and David Sportsman was the other officer's name. He told John, he says, well, no, he's not in Fayetteville. He's living up in Stokes County somewhere. And John says, well, you know what? That's crazy, because I'm up here now too. His mother's father was a Shelton, and was living on land off Horseshoe Road there. And so anyway, he gave my number and we talked, and he come up. And the crazy thing is, this whole time living less than a mile as the crow flies from where I live. So I was fortunate, at least over the past 2 or 3 years, to share time with John. We both share a passion of riding Harley Davidsons. And so we did ride motorcycles, and was a group of FPD retirees that come up sometimes twice a year, and they ride with me. And of course, John was with us. It was a shock. He came down with cancer for a little over a year. He was buried on the family homestead Friday. And I just want to, John has a wife, Jennifer. She's a teacher in the Stokes County school system. He's got 3 sons, 6 grandchildren, and his mother is still living. But even as amazing as what his life was, I think it was fitting, and I was very appreciative of this. When we pulled out in the procession, it was a very long procession. It was in Pilot. So at the first intersection there at West Main Street and Old Westville Road, there was a Pilot officer that blocked traffic, and so the whole procession could go through. So we went all the way down Old Westville Road, and I got to thinking, I wonder how this is going to go as we come up to the intersection of Highway 89 to get everybody in that procession onto the road at the same time. And I was very thankful there was a Westfield Volunteer Fire Department vehicle there. They blocked the traffic to get us onto 89. So then we went about 3 miles into Stokes County, and then we were joined by a Stokes County Sheriff's deputy who blocked the road off Horseshoe Road into the road to where he was on the private land where he was buried. And I also want to thank the Guilford County Sheriff's Office. They participated too. And thank you. That's all I got. All right.
So, Mr. Chairman, may I ask, will we be able to make a decision at the next meeting?
Yes. Yes.
I just want that,
Yes.
people that are here tonight to know
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
the decision will be
Yes.
made at our next
Yeah.
meeting.
Yeah.
Which will be the second Monday in May. Thank you for coming.
Anybody else? Okay. All right, at this time, we're going to, I'm going to read the conflict of interest. Before moving further, does any member have a conflict with any items on the agenda for today or one that could be perceived as a conflict of interest? Oh. All right. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve consent.
Second. Any questions, any discussion? All right. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? All right, it carries. Motion carries. Now we're going to go to the information agenda. And first up is Stokes Family YMCA update. That's Executive Director Derek Edwards will present.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Hey, Derek.
Good to see you all. I guess they knew how long my remarks were going to be. I don't know.
Have you got something we don't know about here?
Evidently. I'm going to go off script a minute. I've got some great information, good news to share with you all, but I want to say, publicly say thank you to each one of you, not only you all, but staff as well, for the work you do. I know it is tireless, it's demanding, it's trying to make good decisions, right decisions. You come under criticism at times, so with all that said, thank you. That is not always easy, and you can't always make everybody happy. I'll tell you just a quick personal. My dad served as city commissioner. We were eating dinner one night, and he said, you know, I think I'm on the right track here, but I'm realizing I can't make everybody happy. I said, well, how about that? I said, well, you know, I don't know why you can't. I said, I have a minister friend of mine. He says every congregation he ever served, he made them happy. And he shook his head and he said, well, how did that happen? I said, well, what he told me was every congregation that ever served, a lot of them were happy to see him come. Others were happy to see him go. So he considered he had made everybody happy. So in the spirit of Willis Overby, I share that as a funny. He's like Willis starting meetings like that. So let me get back on task. Commissioners and staff, thank you for the opportunity to share with you today some good news and updates from Stokes Family YMCA. I'm Derek Edwards, and for the past 13 years, I've served as the executive director of Stokes Family Y. Prior to taking this role, I served as community banker for 27 years. During this time, I served citizens of Stokes County, small business, commercial, and residential lending needs. I am fortunate to serve friends and neighbors in this wonderful county. Robin and I came here in 1986. We raised our son here, became active in church, civic organizations. We even owned a business for several years. Serving our communities through the Y has provided an opportunity to give back to this county that has been extremely good to us. It's work that is done with love, it is done with respect, and it's done with care. I feel truly blessed to do this work and serve others every day. This afternoon, I'm going to share with you some Y history, some operational data, substantial impact data in sports, youth development, wellness, and aquatics. In addition, I'll share about some amazing work through our community outreach and collaborations. The Y is often known as a swim and a gym, and that's true. We are. We're a pretty doggone good one, too. But I hope as you hear these remarks today, you're going to learn that we are really so much more than that. Stokes Family YMCA history is that we are part of the Northwest North Carolina Association. We're a nonprofit 501c3 encompassing 7 counties, and we just celebrated the association's 135-year anniversary. Stokes Y was built in 1997 with an expansion completed in 2001. Our mission is helping all people reach their God-given potential in spirit, mind, and body. We place a special focus on the values of caring, honesty, respect, responsibility, and faith. The YMCA strives to reach the following goals in everything we do. Prepare youth and teens to succeed. Strengthen and support families. Develop caring communities. Encourage and inspire healthy living. We work diligently to ensure that we put our Christian principles into practice and that the Y is a safe place for all to focus on their overall health, spirituality, mentality, and physicality. The Y centers its work on 3 major areas: youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility. For youth development, we believe the values and skills learned early are vital building blocks for life. What children gain from play, whether through swimming or sports, is just as important as what they learn in traditional educational settings. At the Y, children and teens learn values and positive behaviors. They can explore their unique talents, interests, helping them realize their full potential. Put all of that together, and it makes for confident kids. But it also makes for contributing, engaged adults for tomorrow. For healthy living, we believe that being healthy and seeking improved wellness involves more than just being physically active. It also means ensuring that your whole well-being, spirit, mind, and body is healthy and balanced. We offer programs to help you develop a healthy, wholesome outlook by participating in athletic programs or fostering connections with friends through lifelong learning programs or building your loved ones closer together through our many family-centered activities. And finally, for social responsibility, we believe that by acting together with our community, we can make it a better place for everyone. We are committed to working with and providing support to our neighbors in the good times and bad. We are also committed to providing opportunities for kids, teens, adults, and families to become healthier and more confident individuals. We believe the Y is for everyone, and that is why we never turn away anyone due to an inability to pay. This is made possible through financial assistance provided from our annual impact fund. This annual campaign brings donors and community outreach together, providing yearly sustainable funding to support not only financial assistance and scholarships, but also numerous community outreach programs like Live Strong at the Y, Safety Around Water, after school and summer camp tuition assistance, along with Bright Beginnings. And I'll share more about these wonderful programs as we specifically get into some community outreach discussion. I want to share some operational items with you. During 2023, the Stokes Y had nearly 194,000 visits, scans. An additional 1,400 at our wellness center in Danbury. That's approximately 16,000 visits per month. As a comparison, pre-pandemic 2019, we experienced nearly 223,000 visits. We're currently operating with visits at about 86.8% of our 2019 benchmark, after being closed for 6 months in 2020. After our reopening with reduced hours and reduced staffing, we continue to monitor statistical data and community input to increase our operational hours. We're experiencing growth. People are returning. We're realizing a good upward trend. These upward trends allowed us to recently extend our operating hours. The Monday after Thanksgiving, we added additional hour Monday through Thursday, keeping our building open till 9 o'clock and extending our hour on Saturdays until 5 o'clock from 1 o'clock. Currently, we are operating 88 hours per week and will continue to monitor visiting trends and community needs. Based upon current trends, we believe that returning to Sunday operational hours 1 to 6 can happen by the fourth quarter of this year or before. We continue to see growth in our 55 and up age group, much like our county. It's pretty much parallel. Our largest population group and the ones to return later than others due to health concerns. We also see a tick up in our insurance-based members along with households and young adults, which is encouraging. We operate the Stokes branch on three-pronged focus of importance: safety, cleanliness, and friendliness, in that specific order. We understand that we must get those three things exactly right to execute on other services to the communities we serve. I want to share with you about the Stokes Y as an economic driver. The Stokes Y, along with YMCA campaigns, which you all recently visited, I was glad to hear you were able to go out there and have your retreat and your work, is a significant economic driver and contributor to the economy of Stokes County. Data from second quarter 2023 indicates that the Y is the fifth largest employer in the county, behind the school system, county government, Walmart, and Wheeling Copper. With over 210 employees during our peak season, we have an opportunity to provide many with their first-time job experience as lifeguards, summer camp counselors, sports attendants, and after-school counselors. Y is a critical employer not only by number, but also by quality. We work hard to ensure that each staff member is taught, coached, and mentored while understanding the proper responsibilities of employment. There's repeating, proper responsibilities of employment, something that we have missing in our society today. This is not only important for their employment at the Y, but it's transportable to wherever they may work, whatever their career may become, and wherever their responsibilities take them. In 2023, the Stokes Y provided $770,000 in wages, benefits, taxes, and contract services to the Stokes economy. Stokes Y operates on a $1.8 million annual budget. This budget supports maintaining property in a 55,000 square foot facility, includes a wellness area, which includes weight systems and cardio equipment, 2 gymnasiums, an aquatics area, 2 group exercise studios, a 1/10 mile indoor walking track, large community meeting spaces, child care space known as Kid Zone, and more. In 2023, over $265,000 was spent on capital improvements, $540,000 on Group X2 space renovation, $125,000 on aquatics area renovations, and $30,000 on gymnasium floor. In addition, $70,000 was spent on 28 pieces of strength equipment, with an additional over $300,000 in regular maintenance, upkeep, occupancy costs, and minor repairs. I know you all can relate to that as you look at your capital needs. So we are slated to complete over $400,000 in capital expenditures in 2024, including 2 boiler replacements. One was just completed, atmospheric control unit for our aquatics area, and also to construct a single-stall ADA compliant restroom and shower with changing area. We're looking at landscape renovation and lobby renovation, which is most likely to occur in 2025 for the lobby renovation. Our goal overall, along with safety, cleanliness, and friendliness, is to have minimal or no deferred maintenance to best serve our communities. will share with you some program and operational impact and statistics. I'm pleased to share some impact data from the Stokes branch programmatic operations. These are shared in no particular order. They all highlight impact to a wide array of ages and abilities of citizens in Stokes County in their health and wellness journey. Sports programming 23 saw spring, adult volleyball, youth volleyball, soccer, and rookie soccer, 297 participants with 20 volunteer coaches. In the summer, we saw adult volleyball, summer basketball, basketball academy, rookie basketball, volleyball academy, and basketball camp. We saw 237 participants and 2 volunteers. Fall adult volleyball, youth volleyball, soccer, rookie soccer, 222 participants and 24 volunteers. And then we get into the winter, youth basketball. We saw adult volleyball, youth basketball, rookie basketball, 334 participants with 27 volunteer coaches. That's a total of 1,190 sports participants and 72 volunteers coaching over 1,150 hours of work. That doesn't even begin to cover the impact of hours and hours of practice and play, not to mention the planning done by directors and staff. From wellness in 2023, this number, I've read this number several times and it still astounds me, and it is exact, it is correct. In 2023 in our wellness area, there were 1,459 group exercise classes delivered to 17,785 participants in group exercise. This doesn't begin to count the impact of other areas of wellness, uses of strength equipment, cardio equipment, walking track, or functional training center, boot camps, or personal training. Then there's pickleball. You may have heard about pickleball. You may have heard it's the fastest growing sport in the nation.
Heard that.
That's word on the street, right? If you have never tried it, I invite the 5 of you to come and enjoy it.
Also,
We have
the most injuries.
it can be. If you've never tried it, we invite you to come join it. It is competitive, but a good-natured group of players. We have approximately 5,250 pickleball players annually. That's 437 a month. It's a busy place. We offer the largest space and time for pickleball in our association. If pickleball isn't your thing, come in for a pickup game on basketball. We have over 2,600 playing during the fall and winter. I do not recommend that you come during NCAA tournament time, as that's when all the stars of the future NBA show up. The aquatics area impact is tremendous, with a total number of 434 swim lesson participants, 20 YMCA tied competitive swim team participants, and 64 safety around water participants, which we'll discuss under community impact. Support with daily practice space and swim meets for Stokes County schools at no charge. We hosted 65 high school and middle school swimmers, 30 from West Stokes High School, 10 from South Stokes High School, and 25 from Chestnut Grove Middle School. Youth development also provides incredible statistics. 277 after-school students served every day of the school year and out-of-school days, operated by an incredible staff team. This totals 49,860 youth served based on a 180-day school year. In addition, during this year, we served over 24,000 snacks and meals to these students, as well as in summer camp. During summer camp, we shared with 1,049 students and served them. Programs of after-school care and summer day camp are great for students and children. But more importantly, it provides a place for parents to know and a peace of mind knowing their children are in good care, allowing them to work, and allowing them to focus on productive lives for their families. At the branch, we provide free child care while parents are in the building becoming healthier, playing ball, working out, or swimming. Children from 6 weeks to 11 years old are taken care of. in Kids Zone and Kids Zone Junior at no charge. In 2023, we served 6,897 children with personal and professional care. The impact of our integrative health initiative yielded opportunities for healthier communities with work with the Red Cross. We completed 5 blood drives in 23, collecting 125 units of blood and saving 375 lives, according to Red Cross. We had 7 persons complete Live Strong at the Y 12-week program in the fall of 23. Live Strong program focuses on a return to new normal for cancer survivors. Another 45 people participated in biometric screenings, flu clinic, and creating advanced directives. Integrative Health and Novant also partnered, created virtual care at the Y, providing a Tyto Care medical device where healthcare providers can perform through specialized equipment examinations of heart, lungs, ears, throat, skin, and eye condition. Stokes is one of only 4 branches where this space was created for virtual care for our communities. Our volunteers are at the core of our work. Last year we were supported by 197 volunteers, providing over 2,198 hours of serving others. So next I want to share with you about community impact and a passion for serving others. The next items I'll share highlight the true reason the Y exists. If all this other weren't enough, then there's this. Or as the guy on TV says, wait, there's more. So this is what it's all about. This is personally why I'm at this wonderful organization. It's about serving others, and it's about caring for our neighbors and our communities. The following are examples of this work. These examples are funded through our annual impact fund, sustained by over 300 donors. Our campaign goal for 2024 is $120,000, and we're already 65% of that goal. All of the following examples are funded through the use of 100% of these donated dollars. No operational dollars, no operational expenses are covered with any of these gifts. After school care. A large majority of the families participating in both after school care and summer camp numbers we shared earlier receive financial assistance, scholarships to enroll in the program. Remember, no one is ever turned away from their inability to pay. The following are important facets of after-school care. We teach 21st century skills incorporated into the program. Those are done weekly: critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, communication, flexibility, leadership, initiative, productivity. Social, emotional, and academic learning is done daily. A sense of belonging, creating stronger connection with schools, teachers, and peers. Academic self-efficacy, helping students feel more confident in their ability to learn. Academic support, providing homework help and tutoring. Health and wellness, a coordinated approach to community health. Character and leadership development. College and career readiness, along, of course, with healthy snacks and meals. Second grade Stokes County students were impacted through our Safety Around Water program. Again, another program funded through donations and generosity from the community. Across Northwest North Carolina, in all 7 counties were served 1,114 students in Safety Around Water, also known as SAL. In addition, 35 students from Walnut Cove Elementary were introduced to second grade swim, and we monitored it as a pilot program. This work allowed us to advance towards an initiative we have, and that is for all second grade students throughout Stokes County to have the opportunity to participate in the YMCA second grade swim program. During this pilot, there was no cost to students, families, or the school system. Another example is Live Strong at the Y. It's a cohort of 12 referred cancer survivors meeting weekly for 12 weeks to find their new normal through health and wellness routines in a group setting and a free membership to utilize the Y. The trainers for this session are specially certified and create a lasting bond with the participants. This is an incredible program. It creates and fosters a loving, caring atmosphere of service to others that are recovering from many times a life-altering health impact. And then finally, Bright Beginnings. Stokes Family YMCA was awarded the Duke Energy Citizenship and Service Award in 2023 for their work delivering bright beginnings to over 125 Stokes County elementary students from all across Stokes County. Bright Beginnings has become a signature event. It fully highlights our communities coming together to serve one another. This event utilizes over 130 volunteers, impacts 100 to 125 students, and every elementary school is included. Funding of approximately $16,000 from the Annual Impact Fund allows this one-day operation to take place. With a fully supplied stock book bag, each student, along with a $140 gift card, have the opportunity to shop with a volunteer for school clothes and shoes, to enjoy breakfast and with their family if they choose, and then volunteering staff take care of everything else. Families are free to return home, taking the book bag, returning to pick up their student who is shopped with a volunteer with all of their items ready to go. They get to also experience some great playtime in a bounce house and gym after all their shopping is complete. The families of students are invited to attend Bright Beginnings and come to the Y on a Saturday morning in August. If you'd like to mark your calendar, and if you'd like to come volunteer, we have set our dates, August 3rd, and we'd love to have you. We'd love for you to see that up front. It's an amazing program. One is not possible without community support. Love of the Y and the community programs make our community stronger. Bright Beginnings is only one of those programs, but is one we can all relate to, and we can help with through a gift of school supplies, a monetary gift, or volunteering. It's been called by the participants as the best day ever. I do also want to share one final community outreach that's new for us this year. Commissioner Wood got to see this up close and personal, and that's when we attended the Habitat for Humanity transition to the new owners. Stokes Family Y was honored to present a full-year family membership to the new family taking possession of the latest completed Habitat house. We will continue to provide this gift for each family taking possession of a Habitat home in Stokes County, also funded with community donations. I heard that the kids from that home were as excited about the ability to go to the Y as they were about having their own bedroom. So I'd say that ranks right up there. I do want to share some final things with you. Looking forward, I'd like to highlight 3 items upcoming in our community outreach work. They're important not only to our strategic plan, but they're critical to the well-being of the citizens in Stokes County. We recently applied for a computer literacy grant, $400,000 for Stokes County. If we received it, we'll collaborate with River Street Networks, with you all, Stokes County Schools, and a potential to also collaborate with Forsyth Tech. The focus will be to provide computer access as well as training for those with language barriers, socioeconomic challenges, or just lack of access. We are hopeful that we will bring this grant and tremendous impact to serve citizens throughout all of Stokes County. We also know there's a drug and opioid crisis in our county as well as our country. The Y is working through our integrative health team to model a recovery program perhaps on the same framework as Livestrong. We believe this could meet many recovering from abuse where they are and provide a new normal by working with trained staff within a small cohort to find the support they need for recovery. And finally, we know that post-pandemic youth and adults are working through anxiety, they're working through depression, isolation, loneliness, and many other health challenges. YMCA of Northwest North Carolina has recently hired a mental health specialist. This position will serve and coordinate throughout our 7 counties. Their initial focus will be on youth mental health through our after-school and summer camp programs, then expanding to other age groups that have mental health challenges. We hear from our community and understand that being healthier is no longer about weight loss or fitness. It's about mental health, and it's about emotional health. So we are preparing to meet this crisis head on, and as the Y does, in a holistic manner. Thank you for allowing me to share about the Y. We do our work daily. Rarely do we stop long enough to share about the great impact that the Y makes. We love our work, but humility truly lies at our foundation. It's an honor to be with you and share. I hope you're pleased with the work that I've shared with you today. But moreover than that, I hope you learned some things you didn't know about the Y. And you are proud of the work being done by the Stokes Family Y for its citizens. In closing, I extend an invitation to you, another thing to put on your calendar, on May 2nd, 7:30 in the morning to 8:30. Our National Day of Prayer celebration will take place at the Y. Breakfast has been provided through a generous donation by Chick-fil-A. So I'd love to have you all come. Thank you for allowing me what seems like an extended period of time to share with you. But there's a lot going on at the Y.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Cox.
Yep. Well, thank you for letting me go first. Since I'm the one clapping over here for that extra hour, because with my crazy work schedule and my crazy schedule, that 1 hour means a lot to me, because that does mean that me and Amber sometimes are there at the same time, and usually she's there leaving when I'm getting there sometimes, but it just means a lot for people with crazy schedules, I think. And it's amazing how many people are still in there at 8:30 at night, still working out. So that's really important. And I just want to say how important I think that the Y and everything that it does in its mission is. 3 out of my 4 kids worked at the Y. And I'm trying to think if my oldest did, but I don't ever remember her working there. But Elijah did. He wore a lot of different hats there. He was a lifeguard. He did homeschool PE. He did the youth sports program and coaching and reffing and all that. And Haley did after school care, and Breton did the nursery and the front desk. And all my kids have just about worked every position there, I think. So it's just provides jobs and training, and just it's such a good place for young people to work and get that training, and everybody that has come in contact with my kids that worked there have just, even Breton went on to work at the Y in Nashville when she first moved there. She's like, it helped her get a job there when she first moved. So I'm really excited about all the things that you've got coming up. The computer literacy grant, that's huge. This whole integrated approach to people in recovery is huge, because I have seen lots of people who were recovering do a lot of work to be healthy, and it's like sometimes you trade one addiction for the other, but if working out is their new addiction, that's a good addiction. And a lot of times I know you can get the same kind of high from working out and the serotonin and everything as drug addicts get from using. So it's very important to tap into that area and those people in need and in crisis, and of course the mental health. I could talk about that for a long time, but I won't. But that's huge that y'all are trying to focus on that and the youth mental health, because I think even ever since COVID, it's so apparent that that's such a big problem. So. But thank you for sharing all that information. I learned stuff I didn't even know, and I'm there. Well, I try to be there at least 3 times a week, but sometimes that don't happen. I know, I need to.
Thank you for your comments.
I'm glad Sonia got to go first. What, and this is coming from a granddaughter, what are you doing about the pickleball demand? Are you gonna expand or add more?
Yeah, so as I commented, we have more space and time dedicated to pickleball than any other Y in the association, and it's pretty incredible. They start.
That's the only complaint I hear.
Yeah, there's not enough space, right? We are looking at some outside space for the summer, and we're trying to figure out if we can add some more time on Saturdays, and of course, if we go to Sunday. There is an initiative taking place that's a little bit early to tell you about, but I'll come back and share if that comes to fruit.
Good report.
Thank you.
Great overview there, Derek, and I learned a whole lot I didn't know about the Y.
Appreciate that.
Mr. Mendel?
Thank you. I just think the YMCA is a great institution, and I call it an institution because it's been around so long. To me, the mission of the Y, what your mission is to give to the people in our county is so important. And I don't have to say a whole lot. I've served with Derek on various boards. I can't even keep count, but I know at least 4 boards we've served together on. And I know many people that use the Y, and it's a tremendous asset to the county. And just want to say, Derek, I appreciate everything you do. Yep. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Very comprehensive report. I won't go through what everyone else has commented on everything, but it was very, very, very knowledgeable, in-depth report. So thank you.
Can I ask one question? What you mentioned about the second grade swim
Yes,
pilot, so was piloted and now it's no longer?
No, in fact, we're going to offer that again, try to glean some more information about that. As you can imagine, transportation, as we look at expanding out and trying to determine which elementary schools will be involved. But we believe our current campaign is $120,000. We believe that to offer second grade swim, we're probably looking at increasing that campaign to $150,000. But that's not going to slow our progress down. I think there are some contributors who will cover that if we're able to put that in place. But we need to make sure we've got that down to a direct and exact science. The other side of that is seeing what we can offer inside the classroom to cut down on that transportation. We want to get children in the water, obviously. That's the key, right? Whether it's safety around water or second grade swim. So we're refining that now, and no, it's a long way from being done.
I think me and you talked about that about 4 years ago when there was an initiative in Guilford County because a kid drowned in a pond or something, and that the mother of that child was all about every kid learning to swim.
I think that was the initiative that brought SAW, safety around water, which is a little different from second grade, but it kind of catapults off of that. So safety around water has been extremely successful, and we believe second grade swim encompassing the whole county can be as well.
Well, it's very important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Derek, what time's the prayer breakfast thing?
It's at 7:30. Yeah, 7:30 May 2nd, and it'll be at the Y. And again, nothing else will get you there. Chick-fil-A. Thank y'all for the opportunity and for the invitation to come share with you. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Derek.
All right. Now we have the DSS first quarter report, and Stacy, come on down.
Good
afternoon. Hey, Stacy.
I appreciate the opportunity to present information regarding the important work completed at the Department of Social Services. The information provided is self-explanatory, so I'd like to speak about a couple of other things. I would like to let you know that I am so proud to work at the Department of Social Services and of the employees that we have. The workload is tremendous and frustrating, yet rewarding. The department has a lot of 80-plus dedicated employees that I'm proud to work alongside each and every day to meet the needs of Stokes County citizens. It also makes me proud when I see employees who have come into DSS and left and work in other county agencies. That's a bright spot sometimes. Like I walk in the tax office and see someone who used to work at DSS or other places. But that's a nice thing. Even though we couldn't keep them at DSS, we are thankful they're still with the county. I'd like to speak about two things very briefly. Turnover is the first. January through March, DSS lost 5 employees. That's calendar months. I know when Jamie presented, she said 8, but hers is pay period to pay period. So the dates are a little different there. But I wanted to tell you why those employees left. The ones who left in December, which would be 3 that Jamie mentioned in her 8, one left to work for another company with less stress, not DSS. One left to work with a state agency located in Danbury, so she's still here on the property. One left to work closer to home. She lives in Virginia, but she has since returned to DSS. In January, we had 1 retirement. In February, we had 1 leave for health reasons and 1 for she just couldn't work there anymore. And in March, we had 2 leave, 1 to focus on personal interests, and 1 employee was employed for 3 weeks, and so the job just wasn't what she was looking for. So I wanted to make you aware of those things. Also wanted to make you aware that we have, there are 2 of us that have been with the county for 30 or more years, and there's 4, if my numbers are right, that have been with the county between about 25 years. So, and those numbers, they're a lot lower than they used to be a long time ago. But anyway, that's very interesting, and gives us stuff to look to do in the coming months to prepare others. The other thing I'd like to speak about is space, just for 1 second. I would like to thank you for allowing us the opportunity to use the upstairs of the DRC building. We have our child support unit stationed there thanks to county maintenance and IT. Those 2 groups worked very hard to get us moved and functional. This office will not be open to the public. Our child support staff will come to the office in Danbury should a client come in that needs that kind of attention. The goal in this was to try to get folks that were sharing offices into their own space, as phone conversations and office visits really need to be confidential. We're not quite there in our space issues, but we're well on the way, so thank you for that. The future goal would be for all of our staff to be in the same building, but that will only happen if our current building can be expanded. We really need all our staff in one place. Right now we have staff stationed in Walnut Cove and now the DRC building. And that, you know, while it works, it's difficult to manage folks that are not with you all the time. Those are really the only things I wanted to mention. On page 2 of the report, I just wanted to give you a couple of pictures of things that we have been involved with. January through March. Next quarter, there'll be more pictures. So anyway, that's really all I wanted to say, and I'll answer any questions that you might have.
Mr. Wood, you want to comment or question?
So you still got an overcrowded problem?
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you a question you probably don't know. Was that building designed and built to go up?
That's what I think. I've talked to Stuart about that, and he was going to talk with somebody, architect or somebody, about that.
Perry about it.
And the the foster care facility, is that still a major need?
Yes, sir. As you'll notice on the report, during the 3 months of this quarter, we stayed with 15 different children for 80 days of the 91 days. So we are constantly staying with children. I had lunch with Kara from VIA today, and I was telling her that we have been kid-free for 6 nights. And I don't say that happily, but I do say it happily, that all of our kids are finally in places with bedrooms and beds and families instead of BSS staff.
I don't want to bring it up here, but I want to talk to you about some crazy idea
I welcome that.
You have a crazy idea? Commissioner Morris?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Stacy, the report really speaks for itself on the comprehensive workload that you guys are doing down there. That's a lot of stuff, and not a big surprise, I guess. But I mean, it's very informative to the public who probably wonders some of the things you guys do. If they read this, they'll get an idea that it's a busy place. My question, and it really applies to all these, you guys are doing a really good job on these reports we've been getting so far, the department heads are, and I think showing the right data and so forth, but my real interest is trends. And so I'm hoping maybe between you and Amber and the rest of the department heads, we can come up with as part of our future quarterly reporting, something that a simple way of looking at the trend data for these things to see if we're getting better or staying the same or getting worse. I don't want you to go do the work, but I would love to see a 2020 comparison of this chart to what we have today. Do you? Did you send that to me?
You shall receive.
I can put this numbers from 2020 on this.
Yeah, that'd be great. Don't waste a lot of time doing it, but I would really like to see the difference, to see what's happening for a whole lot of different reasons. But as we go forward, especially as we try to budget and make all these decisions, the trends need to be, we need to understand what the trends are. And I would say, I'm guessing most everything on here is trending up at this point, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's the only question I have, but great job on that.
Commissioner Cox?
Well, it's a good report, a lot of good information. Do you have any social worker positions open now, or are they on?
We have 2, and we've just interviewed a couple of good ones that we're working on them.
Okay. What's the caseload look like right now for the social workers?
Depends on the program. For Child Protective Services, they investigate every report that's acceptable. So it just depends on the day and the week, how many they get and how often they're going out. But they have 45 days to investigate. I might be wrong on that. I think that's right. So you have our investigators, and then we have our in-home services social workers. They carry, it varies, I think, between 7 to 10 to 15 is how those caseloads work out. We have 3 of those workers. And then foster care, I remember back when Commissioner Morris was county manager, we worked on what we thought was an acceptable caseload for foster care. And we kind of came up with between 10 and 12. And today, I would say it's much less because of the severity of the cases, the health of the children, the health of the families, all of that's involved in a foster care case. The state says 15 kids, which is unbearable. but our workers have been carrying that and more because of vacancies, because of, we have one worker out on maternity leave, we're getting ready to have another one out on maternity leave, you know, so the work, it just, it's astronomical.
So, but if they're saying there's 15 kids, but some of them could be in the same family.
Right.
So I guess a better question would be how many families per worker would be the average, like what you've got now with the amount of positions you have for foster care social
I'll
work.
have to go figure that out.
Well, we're having a meeting this week. We can talk about it at our board meeting. That'd probably be the better time to talk about it anyway. So that way all the board knows the same information. So I'll just save any other questions for that. Thank you.
Mr. Rivenhall?
Thank you, sir. Stacy, very meticulous report. You did a great job on this. As in my 8th year, Commissioner Morris talked about trends, and I certainly have seen how social services has trended into a very tough department to work in. And I've seen it since 2016 when it first started, and it's grown in difficulty. It's grown in the ability. I think our group does as good a job as any, but you know, the retention, because it's a high burnout job. It really is. Not every position, but a lot of the positions are just high burnout. And I was looking over your numbers, just like Child Protective Services. The first bullet you had on there, 127 Child Protective Services reports were received. I mean, you know, those numbers are numbers that are, you really have to go after it and be dedicated to handle things of that nature, and you've always been up front, and I just want to say thank you for that. These are some tough, family support, $528,000 collected in child support payments for 950 children. It's just a lot of things. I did like your picture of your mobile food pantry. I happen to know those people, every one of them. Candace, Jamie, Kim, and Joy said you did it 4 Tuesdays during February, March. I thought that was great, and looking forward to seeing some more of that in the future. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Great report, Stacy, and I do think it's eye-opening. See everything that you all do, and the sad thing is a lot of times, like in the public, things are hidden in view. It's not the actual cases that your social worker is working. It's the human element of it, and I think especially, you know, if it's Christmas morning, if it's Christmas Eve. It doesn't matter if y'all are needed out on an abuse case or a neglect case, or if it's a foster care issue. Someone's going, and someone's coming away from their family and helping a kid and helping somebody else. So I think it's very important. I think that we try to get you all as much assistance as what public safety needs as well, because I think you're so part of your 24/7. I mean, not all areas of your operation, but it's 24/7, and you see the parts of society that some people, they don't even know exist here in Stokes County. So I know everything I guess has limitations, but anything that I think that we can do as a board when it comes to helping y'all come to budget time, I think we need to take a strong look at.
Thank you. I will say one thing. When we stay with these kids, nighttime we stay in Walnut Cove, but during the day, these kids are in our office running around, and everybody deals with these kids all day long, in the whole building. But that doesn't, we stay with them on holidays, you know. We were there January 1st, we were there Martin Luther King Day, so when we have a holiday, we were there on Thanksgiving Day. We had Christmas Day as a break because a family offered to take a kid for respite. But it's a busy place.
I was glad to hear that you hadn't had to stay with one for a while, 6 days. 6 days.
6 days is a lot, really a lot.
It's a lot, yeah. Yeah.
Well, yes.
In our VIA Regional Health Board meeting, I don't remember if you were on that call. You were on that call.
I was.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like every county is dealing with the hard placements of some of these kids and having to stay like we're doing. I mean, it's a statewide problem for sure. Thank you, Stacy. Good report.
Just make sure your staff and stuff knows how appreciative we are.
Yep, definitely.
Thank you. All right, next is Register of Deeds and Brandon Hooker. How are you, Brandon?
Sitting a while, that leg got stiff on me.
Don't jump up, come speak, and be asleep and fall in.
My birthday last week, I'm not as young as I used to be.
Hear you.
Well, thank you for letting me come on with you today. I want to preface this by saying we're getting into the quarterly reports now from all the departments, and we're doing them by the calendar year. A lot of my numbers are going to be quarterly, budget quarter numbers as opposed to real calendar quarter numbers. But anyway, our recording fees for the quarter, $60,314.25. Total excise tax, $113,467. Gross revenue for the quarter was $173,781.25. I noticed an error in the box down there, miscellaneous documents. It's tragically misrepresented. 635, not 116. I don't know where that number came from, but I corrected it online. But we do a lot more documents than that. You can see the second table, or the third table, excuse me, which is the figures that the state collects from our office, totaling $65,988.10. And the conveyance tax, that's under current statute, and I don't know if I've ever explained this before, half of all excise tax goes to the state, and the county retains the other half. And that law has been in place since 1991. Actually, it's been in place a lot longer than that, but the current formula allocations has been in place since 1991. I was just thinking today it'd be very nice if they would reallocate some of that and let us keep a little bit more than half, but I don't know if that'll ever come to fruition or not. But anyway, I wanted to mention that. And so you can see after the money was taken out from the state, our net revenue was $107,793.15. I've got some figures here. First quarter financial and transaction figures. You've already seen the total revenue. Our total transactions was 3,127. Number of land records indexed. Amber, did I send you this sheet? I'm sorry. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's in the report too. Okay. Yes. Yeah, and total number of land records was not 6212. I had some errors on this one for some reason. That was last year calendar numbers. This 1,596 should be number of land records. I reviewed that today. I was looking at this right before I came up here and saw a couple of errors I had. Total maps 54 for the quarter. We administered the oath of office to 37 notaries. Certified copies issued 918. Death certificates we recorded. That's not copies of death certificates. That's actual death certificates. We recorded 127. Issued 46 marriage licenses. None on Valentine's Day this year. I was surprised. I don't think so. I don't. Maybe it was last year. Last year we didn't have any on Valentine's Day. We recorded 16 new assumed business names. We issued one Thank a Veteran card. And I got these percentages in there. Recording fee, revenue percentage of that 173,781, 34.7% was recording fees, and the other 65.3% was excise tax. But like I say, half of that goes to the state. Our electronic filing percentage, that's on a report that I didn't even know our vendor had available to us to run until the last few months. There's some reports in that software I don't even know we have. I've looked through a lot of them recently, but one of those shows the electronic filing percentage. And when I came into office, that was just over 40% in 2018, the beginning of 2018. Now it's basically 80%. And the pandemic pushed that up. We had a lot of local attorneys still were coming in the office on a regular basis to record documents, and after the pandemic, all but two have went to electronic filing as opposed to coming in the office. We had 200. This is not on the on that sheet, but we had 273 property sales in that quarter, and that's the 113,467 excise tax figure. That's the total excise tax collected from those sales. And those, when I say sales, that means that transaction had an excise tax on it. Whether it was $1,000 or if it was $1 million or more. And speaking of me, we had 3 sales over $1 million in the last quarter. There was a gas station sold. I think the Chick-fil-A property changed hands and there was an excise tax associated with that. There was one more. The average tax collected over those 273 transactions was $342, meaning that's $171,000 on average, and that's very raw numbers. That takes in nothing into account, such as arm's length and market areas and all that stuff. That's what the tax office will get into. But that's just countywide raw number, 171,000, and that's average. And the average is not always the best, but I'm not fancy enough to learn how to do medians and stuff like that. That's a lot of data to look at, and my friend back here is a lot better at that than I am. Winters are slower time, so those sales they'll tick up over the summer and spring and fall. And you were talking to Stacy about looking at data and trends. And I just so I happened to look 2019, just looking at that very raw average. That average, the average sale price in 2019 was 123,000, and what I'm looking at today was this quarter anyway, 171. That's 39% increase in 5 years. The market's done some crazy things in the last 5 years, and it's mostly ticked up. And I know Commissioner Wood knows that firsthand through construction. We peaked a couple of years ago, but it's leveled off. We're doing about what we did last year at this time. I don't see anything. I know there was a report on inflation last week. I saw an article and it said that they don't think they're going to lower rates anytime soon. Now it was projected to lower them pretty soon, I think, and they're talking like they're not going to now. They may very well do it, but the inflation report that came out last week or week before was not a good one. So who knows what rate's going to do? But if the rates do lower, that'd be good for us. And we're anticipating a lot more sales. We've got how many subdivisions? 3 or 4 that's already in place and being built. So when I was looking at budgeting this year, I was looking at our recording fees, how much to project to come in, and I've almost inclined to back that number down, but I left it where it was because I think we're going to get there. And our recording fees is what sustained us through after the housing market crashed in 07, 08. I got those figures down at the office. You see just a huge dive in revenue in the office. But that's what sustained us was the recording fees, which is set by the state. But then the excise tax, those property sales have increased so much in the last 5 years to where now, when you take out the excise tax, half of that goes to the state. If you take just the half that the county keeps and compare that to the recording fees, they're neck and neck. And it used to be really lopsided. Our recording fees outpaced excise tax collections by a lot. It doesn't anymore. Excise tax collections is just on par with our recording fee collection. those are some numbers. The office updates you see on that report there too. We completed the integration of our back indexing data into our remote access site. That's been a 2-year project. I've been talking about that to this board, to the executive board of the party for 2 years, and it took some time to get done, but it's done, and that was just 14 years worth. That's a lot of records to look at. And we did contract that out, and that was paid for out of our preservation fund, which is a revenue neutral fund. It's set forth by 10% of our recording fees goes in there according to statute. So, and we use that fund every year to pay for preservation projects and for automation projects, which is part of the title of that fund. And that's what that is. It's automating the access to that index back to 1979. So that's going to encompass 40-year title searches when banks are ordering those on deals that they're working on. Excise tax collection is up 32% over previous quarter, and that's because of those huge transactions. We had 3 over $1 million sales in the last quarter, and that I would attribute to that increase to those sales. Over the last quarter, I've presented a property fraud seminar to the King and Walnut Cove Senior Centers as well as the Sandy Ridge area seniors. I did that with Richard Brim and Tori Mabe, and we went together and talked about what the tax office has coming up and tourism, and I worked on property fraud as a part of as my part in that, and had a lot of good responses, answered a lot of good questions. A lot of questions because these ads you see on TV, title lock services, and there's a lot of questions revolving around that. And we're being as proactive as we can. I put together some data to share with folks, and we've got our property notification program in place through our vendor Logan systems, and they offer that free of charge. And it essentially works the same as the home title lock. I don't know if that's even a company name, but that's something that you see on TV and on some of these ads. And from my experience and what I've seen, it doesn't really, it's a monitoring service. It's advertised as a locking service, but it's a more monitoring service, and they're just looking at our site just like we are. So that's a free service by our vendor Logan systems, and they have one in place, I think, in every county that they have in North Carolina, which is well over 20. I think we had a survey done through the Restaurant Eats Association. I think about 80 counties have some kind of fraud monitoring, and not just fraud. I mean, it monitors every transaction. But if there is something fraudulent and you get an email through the service and you're not expecting anything, that's when you reach out to us, sheriff's office, and whoever else you need, a title insurance company, whatever. But that seminar was very well received by the folks we presented to. And
was it well attended?
I think so. We had, excuse me just a moment. Do you remember how many we had in King? Was 15 or 20?
8 to 20.
Yeah, we had at least 8 at some of the other ones, and then I think we had about 20 or so in King. I'd be happy to go anywhere else too. I haven't received calls from anyone else wanting me to come, but I need to reach out and get the word out a little bit better. But it's a good thing to look at, but people get really scared. I mean, that's how ads are generated, is to prey on fears. But property fraud is a lot more rare than the television will tell you that it is. But it's something to be thinking about. But you know, one thing I tried to stress was that, you know, you still own your property. Even if someone forwards a deed, you own your property, because they're going to have to produce evidence that they got that transaction and property legitimately, which they couldn't do. So
I wish I knew how to expand it further.
Yeah.
I'm not going to plug a TV show, but I saw last night a lady, 65 years old, lonely, retired early, and this guy wiped her out, 1.5 million, and it was going to some guy in Africa, South Africa. And this is a major problem right here. Not only internet and the loneliness of senior citizens, you got their kids ripping off people. I witnessed that in my own family. So it's a major problem, and we're talking about millions of dollars.
Oh, the last numbers I saw, it was in the 300 million range.
When you get a call as a kid from your parents' bank, it's too late then, because it's gone.
the money, yeah.
And these are the stories I'm hearing. These are very educated people that's wired money to these idiots online.
My grandmother, when she was still living, got a call from someone saying my uncle was in prison and they needed $5,000. And fortunately, she had an in-home health care nurse with her at the time, and they just hung up on the folks. But that's what happens. They prey on the elderly folks. They prey on properties that sit vacant and so forth. But yeah, it's something to watch. But it's rare, a lot more rare in our area especially. But it
Let
is.
me tell you some stories then.
Yeah, well, from a successful one, I guess. There's very few properties that get completely stolen out from under someone around here that I know of, but I'm not seeing something.
Commissioner Mendenhall, do you have any questions, comments?
Always. No, as Brandon, very good report, I think. I do want to address one or two quick things and ask you one question. One is you brought up inflation. I got that inflation report. It went from, they were hoping, their goal was to get down to 2%. It was 2.8. They was hoping for it to come down. It went up to 3.6%, which changed Mr. Powell's outlook on the Federal Reserve interest quite a bit. And so I noticed that come out last week. And I sort of changed. I don't know if you saw the stock market go down 4 or 5 days in a row. It really hammered 2 of the 3. And I guess my question is you put a lot of information here for us, and I looked over it, but where you've got first quarter financial and transaction figures, what would you say stands out to you the most? Is there anything that is surprising to you out of that group? It's about 12 items you've got in the first quarter financials. Is there anything at all that's surprising you, or are you pretty much on target with that?
That's pretty on target. I don't see anything outrageous in those numbers. Not really. One thing I left out of here I wanted to point out, we're just now getting into the out-of-county issuances of birth and death certificates. And so you may see the number of copies we do tick up. And that'll be a great benefit for people in this county because most folks are born somewhere else because we don't have a hospital to deliver babies here anymore. The access we have is only back to 1971. So that weeds out some folks, unfortunately, and they'll have to get theirs from the county that they were born in or from the state. But it does help a lot of folks, especially the last 35 years worth of folks, because the last certificate we have, I think, from the hospital was in 1989. So Stokes County citizens have to go somewhere else unless they have them at home, which we do have more home births than we used to. But that was one thing I did want to mention, and that's a whole new system for us that the state runs, and we're having to learn it. And it's as long as our information is put in correctly, we'll get a result. We just got to make sure we get everything right. And there's every situation's different. There's no two the same, but it is going to be a benefit for the folks here.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Good report, Brandon. I like the format of it where you take that total revenue and just split it 14 different ways and show us everything. So it's just the right level of detail, I think, and to see what's going on with you guys.
Thank you.
Mr. Wood.
I made all my comments.
Good report, Brandon. Thank you for all this good information. Very concise, good information to have.
Excellent report, Brandon, as always.
Thank you.
You did a good job.
Thank you. Anything, where to find me.
Thank you.
Okay, Art Council report, Eddie McGee.
Hey, Eddie. Everyone. I have a limited voice, as you can tell, and so I'm going to push the mayor through and do the best job that I can. So Our quarterly report is this. These are just some highlights. 2024 began the 50th year of service of the Stokes County Arts Council and the Department of. I have two. Let me preface this. I have two separate titles. I'm the Director of Arts and Cultural Services for the county, and I'm the Executive Director for the Stokes County Arts Council. And with both of those, again, it's the 50th year of service where the partnership with the County of Stokes and the Stokes County Arts Council in providing cultural services. In addition to celebrating that 50th year, February 29th celebrated my 20th year in this position. So it's been a pretty cool quarter to celebrate. And January 1st kicked off the new year, our Polar Plunge, our 10th annual Polar Plunge at Hanging Rock State Park, which has turned into definitely a tourism activity, which brings a lot of people in from outside of the county. And we had the most participants that we'd had in our plunge history. 175 people went in the water and another 200, 250 spectators. So again, it's an economic development, tourism, and arts event. Also in this quarter, we hosted a North Carolina Arts Council Piedmont regional meeting at the Arts Place. And the significance of this is that we are recognized statewide. And some of the participants, the counties that attended this, were Forsyth County, Wake County, Durham, Orange County, Alamance, Rockingham, Yadkin, Caswell. So you've got a balance of rural and urban areas coming to Stokes County. And this was led by the North Carolina Arts Council. And basically what they do is they lay out grant opportunities for the future, how we can partner with the state. And it was attended by Representative Kyle Hall. He is the Arts Caucus Chair for the state of North Carolina. And also NC Arts Council Director Jeff Bell was there, and a lot of his staff. So again, for us, it was a great way to show off our venue and show off Stokes County, and then learn about partnerships going forward with urban and rural area arts councils. Applications submitted for program services in this quarter to the North Carolina Arts Council, which is somewhat considered our parent cultural arts organization for the state. The Grassroots Art Program, that is one that supports our arts and education programs in the schools, and also programs, services that we have at the Arts Place. That's one grant that we applied for this quarter. Our Junior Appalachian Musician Program, which is a free and reduced traditional music group lesson program, grades 3 through 8. We host those classes in Danbury and also in King. This is another grant opportunity we apply with the North Carolina Arts Council. And finally, the Artist Support Grant. So we are over a 5-county area, and we disperse funds for Yadkin, Surrey, Rockingham, Caswell, and Stokes to support arts projects for artists. And all of that bundled together is $60,000 in grants that we applied for. It's a lot of paperwork, but it's well worth the effort. And then we match that $60 with other foundation support, such as Reynolds American Foundation, Duke Energy Foundation, and a host of other smaller foundations, as well as our local member supporters. So it's a great benefit, and again, they support our services. As I mentioned, we serve as the Region 10 Arts Support Grant Lead Organization. I mentioned those counties earlier, and we did grant out $10,000 in grants in this quarter. We were the recipient of a $30,000 arts and education grant. They don't like to be mentioned. It's a private foundation. I can't say they're out of Charlotte, but that's all that I can say. But it's great to have an urban area private organization. We've had a relationship with them for more than 10 years. They fund a lot of our programs that we provide in Stokes County schools. That would be elementary, middle, and high schools. In-school programs such as music, visual arts, chorus, band, any of those needs. and as well as groups that we bring into those schools. So anywhere from the Winston-Salem Symphony, opera programs, and a few that I'll mention here shortly. So that's what our arts and education programs do. And again, that was received this quarter. We're a recipient of a $2,500 grant, Make Music Day organization. Make Music Day is June 21st. $2,500 is not a lot of money, but we will match it within the organization. And these Make Music Day is going to be June 21st, and these will be held in Walnut Cove, King, Germantown, and other areas in Stokes County where we disperse this money. We are now the principal sponsor and organizer of the Sandy Ridge Bluegrass Show, the school show. This year was the 76th. It was held on March 16th. This school show started when Lester Flatt and Earl Scruggs began it a long, long time ago. It's the longest running school bluegrass show in the country. And so we were honored to take it on. And now we have volunteers in the Sandy Ridge community who are helping us lead that effort. So it helped us grow our volunteer base as well. We co-organized the Ag Day Farm Tour with Stokes Ag Extension and Forsyth Technical, the Stokes Center for Forsyth Tech. And this included, this year, we visited 5 farms. Yours truly was one of the van drivers. And you might ask yourself, what do the arts have to do with agriculture? Listen, all the partnerships in Stokes County, we have to work together to make it work. But farm to table is something that our organization is pushing more towards locally sourcing not only art, but working with farmers, knowing where your food is sourced from. That's very important. And again, working with partners like Forsyth Tech and the Extension Office is great for us. We co-organized National Ag Day with Ag Extension, Stokes County schools, and also the Knight family. I think some of you participated in that as well. And again, it just, we're increasing our network by working with those partners. And we had a lot of different school kids that participated in that day and attended that event. We hosted our 2024 Winter Dessert Theater Series. Some of our performances were Terms of Endearment, Black History Heroes, Soldiers, and Spies, Empowered, Brilliant, and Brave, Great Women of Black History, and our own local performance of Your Good Man, Charlie Brown, and that sold out 3 performances. That was at the Arts Place of Stokes. We initiated an arts crosswalk project for the summer of 2024. And we're going to be working with the town of Walnut Cove, the city of King, and the town of Danbury. And these are going to be artistic crosswalks. And we've already assembled our arts team leaders for that. And what's going to be great about this is that it involves the 3 municipalities of Stokes County all coming together and in one night. And we will get all of these done. We're looking at the end of July, first part of August. We'll pick a date, and it will happen actually at night when we're able to actually block off the roads. And by morning time, we'll have 3 artistic crosswalks. And again, partnerships are what are going to make this happen. We hosted, this is interesting, on March 10th, Trellis Music Therapy Day. When they first came to me, I did not realize that Trellis Hospice Care actually had a music therapy program to help their clients. And we had a packed house on March 10th for people wanting to learn about this program and how music therapy helps families and patients cope with what they're dealing with. We're also able to add to their database of musicians going forward to help with this program. They always need volunteers, and the logical place is the Arts Council here in Stokes County to grow that program. So again, this was something completely new to me and completely new to our organization. And so even after 50 years, you're still learning something, which is cool. Submitted Downtown Rural Development Grant to Department of Commerce. So you all are already aware of our block project there in Danbury. $1.3 million had already been committed. We felt we we needed a little bit more money for the project. I applied for $326,000. We were awarded Friday. We didn't get the full 326. We got $125,000 additional dollars for this project. So now it's $1,425,000, which again, we're funneling all that through the county. And I think I told Amber this. They came back. They gave me less than 24 hours to tweak the budget, which is somewhat a lot of pressure. People that don't work in grants don't understand what goes into all of this. And they gave me less than 24 hours. I actually told them I'd have it due by Monday, and they said, no, Friday at 1 o'clock, or you're not going to be considered. So it was a long night, and it benefited with an additional $125,000. I'm still going to look for other resources for this project, but as it stands now, $1,425,000, and presently we're working on the design team, and Glenda's been an incredible help with all of this. So excited about this. We hosted 5 performances by the Mars Hill University Bailey Mountain Cloggers. They represent the USA and a lot of international festivals throughout the world, and we bring them back in Stokes County schools about every other year. So we hosted 5 performances in elementary schools. They come back June 3rd and 4th to finish up the elementary schools. We also hosted over 100 students from South Stokes, North Stokes, and Piney Grove at University of North Carolina, Greensboro to attend a full-blown opera performance. And again, what's special about this is it gets the kids out of Stokes County, gets them on a university campus. A lot of the students actually dress up for the occasion. And while that might not matter to most people, again, you're exposing Stokes County youth to a different environment. It inspires them to aspire for more than just being here and seeing what's available around here. So they got to visit the campus. They got to enjoy lunch. They enjoyed a full-blown opera performance by the UNCG School of Opera and the School of Music Orchestra. So it's a great field trip. This was our 3rd year, and we're honored to provide that. We hosted gallery exhibits by Forsyth Technical Community College's Visual Arts and Fine Arts Department and our Apple Gallery. We also we still have our high school art exhibit for Art Extravaganza, Stokes County school students. It's K through 12. We had the elementary and middle for a couple weeks, and now the high schools remain. And we've also our arts venue, the Arts Place. So we've hosted group meetings just in this quarter, the North Carolina Arts Council Foundation, Stokes Surrey Connections, the TDA meetings that we had, Clerk of Court quarterly meetings, and every week we have Stokes County School Department meetings in our venue. So we're glad that it's there and it's to be used. And though it's not in this quarter, we hosted our first wedding this past Saturday. So for those of you that are considering getting married, there's our place. And other multiple performance. Again, the Hank Williams Tribute Concert, the Copper Children. We had a St. Patrick's Day celebration. I know Commissioner Wood was there. We're open we're open 364 days a year. The venue, the only day we're closed is Christmas, and this quarter we were open every single day. So it's a great working environment. We like to call it the Department of Fun. Somebody else termed it that. It was not me. But you might as well, if you're going to be there every day, you better have fun. And we're glad to be the creative and cultural leader for the county. And I'm running out of juice. So thank you for the opportunity. I'll entertain questions.
Morris? Yeah, Eddie, just one quick comment. I think the retail sales thing you got there is really, really unbelievable, because that's the one place you can go find unique gifts you can't find anywhere else.
And we contribute. I need to get you all those numbers. We contribute. I think I did that in the annual report, but we contribute to the local economy through sales tax, food tax, beer and wine tax, payroll tax. So we're paying our share. And
exactly.
And and then you're dispersing it through artists. So we have full and part-time employees, and then you have artists that are benefiting from the sales.
A lot of people really like that place. They really do. And one quick question. it just triggered me by you being here. We were working on a name project for Road and Francisco.
Yes.
Is that, are you doing that or somebody else
No,
doing that?
I'm still on that.
Is that, is there any update on that?
Well, Coach Inman and I, or Leon, we're still,
Okay.
we're still.
Still going through the process? Okay, great. That's all I have.
Yes.
Thanks for your report.
Eddie, I need you to make one quick correction to your report. The St.
Sure.
Patrick Day thing was the McGee celebration.
Now, I didn't perform. Make sure it's a conflict of interest for me to perform, so I was not performing.
You didn't thank me and Tawana for financing the coffee shop.
Oh, well, God, that's for sure. I'll tell you what, they're in there every day, multiple times a day, so we appreciate it.
Job.
Are you eating Eddie's pound cake?
I'm trying to stay away from that.
Yeah, it's a good report, and I think, you know, I don't know, we could stay here all day and I could brag on what y'all do down there because it's phenomenal, really, the impact that it has with the school system, with tourism, with just the amount of events and things that y'all sponsor in the schools and that bring people in, and it's just, I don't know how you do it all. I really don't, but I got another idea for you, something else to do.
Oh.
You know, while you're here. And it just came to me when you were talking about the crosswalk thing, because I think that is a really great thing. I think that's gonna, I mean, when people see that all the time passing through it, I mean, people that don't get a chance to come to the Arts Council or the art block or whatever that often, they're gonna see that art in their community, and that's gonna be huge. And that made me think of another thing when I was visiting my daughter in Cocoa Beach, Florida recently. I happened to be there during the Space Coast, what's it called? Mural Festival. And it started out as a mural, as the Cocoa Beach Mural Project. And it's morphed into this whole Space Coast area of Cape Canaveral all the way down to Melbourne and everything, where they have this huge festival and it's music and everything, but it's these people painting. There's a online voting component, live streaming component. You'll have to look at it.
You can share that for us.
Oh, well, it's me and Haley. That's Haley.
There you go.
To do. But I think that would be something very cool. You could get the art students from the high schools maybe involved in. I don't know, but I think we could start out small, maybe grow that into something, because there's not, to my knowledge, there's nothing like that around here, and it's a good way to put up that art, and it's a tourism thing because they do this map of the murals down there where you can go around and people just go make pictures. You've seen it, I'm sure, on Instagram. Nashville is really known for that.
Yeah.
They have a whole map of murals, and people just go take their pictures with all these murals. And so, and when we were there, we hunted them out. We located them and looked for them and stuff. So it's kind of a cool thing that people like to do. So maybe it's something we can look at in the future. If you need another thing to do.
No, but a lot of times we tell, it's interesting. I can be at the stop and someone will walk up to me and say, you know, you need to book my brother's band. And my response is, I didn't know you had a brother. And I didn't know your brother had a band. So if they don't, we encourage people, if you got ideas, we work all the time. I know Tori works, my God, 24/7. I only work maybe 27. But so if you have ideas, you need to come to us and let us know, because we want to involve the community. We're not all knowing about all the gifts that you have.
I just happened to be there at the right time to catch that festival, and I was like, I'm going to plan to come back. You know, because it's food vendors, it's music, it's the whole thing.
Yeah.
So it would be something I think we could start here that nobody else is doing. But I appreciate, especially like you going back to try to get more money to complete your project. That's huge to help us out as a county to, you know, when things go over budget. Go ahead.
You mentioning that, do you have enough money for what you want to do? Or planning?
Oh, yes, we've got enough money, but I want more money. I mean, the more money you have, you know, I want when I'm sure you all are aware, so Hanging Rock, the new trail has opened up there, and the Sheeprock Ridge Trail is what they're working on now, which is going to come down and finish behind our arts block. And when people come off that trail, I want them to be able to look up at the back of that building and they're going to go, my God, I didn't know downtown Danbury looked like this. So the more money we have, the flashier we can become, not only for Stokes County residents, but for visitors as well. Sorry. Better get this in. I'm going to lose what's left. I'm not contagious. Anyway, we do have enough money, but I'm going to keep searching for more.
Good old Stokes County pollen.
That's for sure. Boy, it got me last week.
Commissioner Mendenhall?
A couple quick comments. Eddie, no, we go way back. I've always said, Eddie, you do a great job. I mean, I can't find enough terms to brag on you and your group that works with you. Tremendous job. Two things that I did want to bring up that you mentioned here. The 76th Sandy Ridge School Bluegrass Show that you held in March. I was actually principal of Sandy Ridge from 1999 to 2002. And we went through one of our old buildings down there and found an original, not a duplicate, but an original sign. And it was like from the 1950s, 57 or 58. It said Stokes, Earl Scruggs,
yes.
And it had it on that sign. We put it up. I don't know whatever happened to it after I left, but that's a long time to continue something of that magnitude. And the Sandy Ridge community was especially, that's one of their big things that they have. And the other thing is, I just want to thank you for doing the, what is it, Make Music Day? Did
Yes.
you say June 21st?
Yes. This is an entirely new initiative for the state. And it's a Make Music, there's a foundation association. So I applied for minimal money, but what we're going to do is grant that money out, just sub-grant it out to, I'm not going to mention the venues, but there'll be venues throughout Stokes County. It's one night, June 21st. They have to be free. There can be an admission charge, so the public gets to get in and enjoy music. And so there'll be a lot of promotion around the county for that. And it doesn't take a whole lot of money to really make a huge impact. And I know I talked about money as far as capital projects. That's one thing, but as far as musicians will in our area, they know they're not going to get rich playing at some of these local watering holes, and so give them a little gas money, and then they'll share their talent. And it's something Stokes County, we got a lot of talent here, a lot.
We do, and I just want to say, I think I can remember that one because June 21st is my birthday, Eddie, so thanks for doing it.
We will celebrate your birthday.
Thanks for doing
Make
it
sure
on my
that we
birthday.
get you somewhere.
I appreciate you, man.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. That's it.
Any great report, and I think it's unique as well as your organization runs throughout Stokes County. So you touch pretty much every aspect, every part of the county, and you have the home base right down here in Danbury with the really, really nice anchor that is. It's a wonderful place, and we thank you for that.
Thank you. Well, remember, we're the Department of Fun. About a year and a half from now, this block's going to be completely different. I mean, it's going to transform.
Shout out to your board too.
Yeah.
You got a great
board and staff. I know Derek had left. Derek and I, we stay and communicate with each other as well with the Y. So
you couldn't do what you do without the volunteer
that's how
hours
Stokes County. That's how we succeed. Is through a lot of partnerships, and then great. Hey, look at the departments in this county. Right back there, we couldn't do without them. We couldn't do without any of them. So honored to be a part of the team. So.
Thank you.
Next report is the tax office, Richard Brand. Hey, Richard.
First of all, I want to thank Amber, and this is sarcastic, for putting me behind Derek and Eddie. I'm going to live up,
I was asked to put him
But I do have was. Okay. You probably was. But we do collect a lot of money, so that means a lot.
That's important.
Yes, very, very important. So let me just start off by giving you some updates on the tax office, where we are right now. First quarter, our office is made up of 4 different departments. We've got our collection department, our mapping, GIS, land records, personal property, and real property. Our collections folks, those ladies, they processed and mailed almost 3,400 second notices for delinquent tax bills. They've also had added to their plate the collection of the occupancy tax that went into effect April 1st. We'll start collecting next month. So they've made final preparations in preparing to do that. So that's just an extra task I have to do. And they've processed 643 gap bills on lapse in coverage on your motor vehicles. They've also garnished 132 accounts, that about $32,000, and they've collected almost $16,000 of that. Our office, probably one of the only tax offices in the state, if not the only, that bills and collects for EMS. We've billed out 1,148 transports, charged $972,000, and we've collected a little over $554,000 so far in this first quarter. Our GIS map and land records has processed 450 deed transfers, created 43 new parcels, added 56 new addresses, and has worked with various departments such as fire departments, board of elections, public works, school systems, and communications on various projects, providing maps and services for them. Our real property staff, including myself, we have been working on the revaluation, and the reappraisal, it's always hard, and it's a bear, but it's this time is a little different in the fact that we're anticipating large increases in value. So anytime you're making large swings and large changes, I'm a type person, I look at something and I look at it again, and we check and double check to make sure what we're doing is right. And you still question yourself, then you look at this report and you know you're right, but we're going to take a big swing to adjust to the market. And they're also, our staff too, on the real property side, we don't do outside. A lot of counties hire outside contractors, spend millions of dollars to do that. We hire one part-time person, and that's a former employee, Danny Nelson, $18 an hour, such a bargain. But so Danny's well versed, and he's really helped us. So that being said, I skipped ahead skip the personal property, because the personal property, I wanted to do that last because just wanted to mention that we have an employee. I want her to come up, Jackie Hostetter. She's going to be leaving us at the end of next week. Jackie has been with our office since January of 2001. Jackie is a Marine, and I learned this a long time ago. Once a Marine, always a Marine, right?
That's correct.
So she is a Marine, and she is a worker. She's going to be hard to replace, but I feel like she's trained her replacement well. We're truly going to miss Jackie. And you work with somebody.
I'm turning my phone off.
I'm right first, we'll call her 5 a.m. Just joking. But you work with somebody that long, you develop a relationship. And part of me is happy for Jackie that she's going to be able to do some things she wants to do. Enjoy her 3 kids, her 19 grandchildren, and 1 great grandchild. Wow. But part of me is sad too, because I won't see Jackie 8 to 5 Monday through Friday. You may see her at the Berry Patch, Dollar General, or something. But so for selfish reasons, you're gonna miss her. And also, I'm gonna miss the workload that she does, because when somebody says, "Oh, this is easy," well, it's easy to you. You do it every day, you learn it. Just like you said, those professional basketball players, they make it look easy. You get me out there, it's kind of gonna be a different story. So Jackie is great, and we're gonna miss her. So I've got a plaque here we'd like to present to her. So I'll just read it. It says, "Presented to Jackie Hostetter in appreciation and recognition for 20 years plus service, 24 plus years service, dedication and commitment to Stokes County." So give that to Jackie. And I'd like, if you don't mind, I'd like for you to get up there with the board and maybe get a picture.
Come right up.
Come right up. Get your picture.
Come right up.
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
That's all I have on my regular report. So if you have any
She gets to
questions.
double dip for a while now.
Say it again.
I said hopefully she gets to double dip for a while now.
I hope she does too. I hope she does.
Thank y'all for coming.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Sure.
Richard, the best part about your report was Lynn has been cross-trained and is prepared to manage. That's, you're not scrambling to fill a hole.
No, and I'll tell you, and you know, you look at it, I think last year on the senior report, I think our median years of service is 24 in the tax office. I don't know what it is now. We've had 2 retirements now, but our whole collection staff, 2 of them have over 30, and the other 3 ladies probably within 2 years of being ready to retire. So we've got to work on putting something in place because, you know, they may stay on 10 years, who knows, but they're going to be eligible and they do a great job. And just got some more that's over 30 and it's just got a experienced staff for sure. We try to cross train, that's what we try to do that.
Is that the end of your official?
That's the end of and I got something, discussion too. Yep. Put me back to back.
So anyone have any questions on the quarterly report?
Good report.
Good job, Richard, as usual. Excellent. And then you're next up for your, on the discussion agenda. So stay right there.
Yeah, this will be brief. Just like always, we do our monthly tax collection status report. We've collected on the general county and school operating a little over $26.5 million, which is about 98.94% of our budget, and we're about $785,000 ahead of where we were last year at this time, so we're in a good position right now. Then we have real and personal releases less than $100. That's 2 accounts that total $89.04. Real and personal releases more than 100. We have 2 accounts that total, real and personal refunds less than 100. We have 2 accounts that total $56.61. Releases more than 100. We have 2 accounts that total $37.68.08. And then the final category is real and personal refunds more than 100. We have 4 accounts that total $16.13.40. And I also have 3 present use value late applications. So, and I'd like to move the real and personal releases and refunds more than 100 and the present use value late applications to the May 13th consent agenda. That's all I have.
Anybody have any questions, comments? Great job, Richard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Enjoyed it. Next up is the EMS part-time rate increase request, and EMS Director Brandon Gentry. Hey, Brandon.
Good evening, or good afternoon. Just wanted to get in front of you guys and request an increase in the part-time pay for our EMS staff, just to make us more competitive with surrounding counties. Looking at the math and everything, no increase in the budget line item, this current budget, but would be estimating a $37,000 increase in next year's budget, which I did request in the 24-25 budget. And a lot of that depends on how many full-time vacancies we have. If we're full staff, we're not going to use as much. So it really depends on that. And currently right now we have 4 full-time openings. So we're needing a little more incentive, to get the part-timers to work more, just to match other counties around us. We kind of put it right there even to be competitive with the Davie, Yakin, Surrey that are, comparable to Stokes. So I just wanted to, I would like to start it if you guys would approve it, I'd like to start the next pay period on 5/11. Be a lot easier to do it at the start of a pay period and take a little time to get everybody's experience.
HR would appreciate that.
Yes. It's just a lot easier to do. New pay period, and it'll take a little time to go through the part-time staff now to get their year service and get their hourly rate adjusted.
But you got any questions?
No, I just.
Yeah, where is Yakin finding their money?
Not sure.
I just want to say I'm in support of this very much to keep us competitive. I know a lot of people, there's a lot of mending halls in Yankton County. And I'm not sure where they're finding that money, Katie. But I can sure find out because some of them are kin to me. And I would, my own, this is just my opinion. I'd like to see us match up with Yankton County. It's just my own opinion. I'll pass it on down, Mr. Judge. I'm sorry,
Do you have anything?
I'm sorry, Rick. I'd just like to see it move to action if we could today.
So what are we're moving, it's my turn now.
What now? Yeah, your turn.
We're moving, so you want Stokes to, if you look at this list down here, surrounding pay scales, it's where it shows all of them, and yours is in red, I think, is it?
Yes.
You just want to go to those rates that are across the top there, right? Is that what you want?
Actually, on the very first page.
First page.
Requested hourly rate change.
Oh, 17 to 22, 18, 23, and 21 to 30?
Yes.
Okay.
For the different EMT, advanced EMT, and paramedic.
Oh, okay, good.
That's
I
just
got
the
it.
comparison on the second page
Okay,
of the counties.
okay, yeah, I'm good
So
with that.
if you could move it to action, it wouldn't actually start to 5/11, but it'd give us time to notify the employees and do their rate adjustments on the part-time staff.
Okay. I'm good with that. You got anything, Commissioner Wood?
What are you going to again, the hourly rates?
On the first page, the EMT 17 to 22,
Okay.
advanced EMT 18 to 23, and paramedic 21 to 30.
Is that going to keep the wolves away?
It's gonna keep
For a
us.
little while.
I mean, it's,
I'm sorry.
it's,
I, with Surrey, where they're at, Yakin, you're not getting ahead of the game, are you?
no, I mean, we could look at it
That's
just.
why I suggested
I agree.
Yadkin.
I agree with Ronnie.
Go to Yadkin.
Just match theirs.
Yeah.
I think you're wasting your time if you don't.
We'll just be back there.
I'd like Brad's input on that.
It's about, the county is similar in size and everything.
It's a
It's not like
37,000 population. They
Is
run,
that going to create a major problem?
Well, you'll still have money in your current budget to cover that, right?
yes, yes.
Yeah, no.
This will be next budget. We
Yeah.
can look at what that.
Next, and I did put an increase in for next budget because I initially put this in the budget to ask for the increase, but we're 4 openings and just trying to get some shifts covered.
And match it, Yadkin, so don't have to look at it again for a little while.
Any further discussion?
Well, if we match it now, and then what's that gonna do to his budget input? Is it gonna still stay the same, or is he still gonna ask for another increase?
You'll have to ask him, man.
Starts out at $1 higher and ends at $1 less.
Is that what y'all talking about? I said, if we go, match Yadkin now, you still got enough money covered in the current budget, like you
Current
said.
budget, yes.
And then, what are you gonna ask for in the upcoming budget, then the same thing you've already asked for? Or
Yeah, it was 213,000 budgeted last year for part-time. I'd asked for 250 like it used to be several years ago.
So that should cover it even if we match Yadkin.
Well, as long as, yeah. That's
That's my real question.
Yeah,
What-
best calculations. If you work someone every day, we would have enough to cover if you do an average, like $23 an hour. Just take an average.
Yeah, cause it would be an average. I'm sure it wouldn't be the high.
So this rate will stay hopefully the same for the 24, 25
Yes,
budget.
yeah.
It was
This was in the 24, 25. I'm just coming a little early. to see if we could go ahead.
I mean, I'm talking about
start
the Yadkin rate. That's
Yes.
what will stay in the 24, 25, right?
Yeah.
Not something higher.
Right.
Okay.
Can I get a motion for that?
Motion that we, move it up from, move it to
Yeah, to move it
action. First move it to action.
Right, yeah.
And, if we move it to action, if we get a motion, consensus to move to action, I'd like for us to match, Yadkin counties.
I'll second that.
All right, any further discussion, questions? All in favor? Aye. All
While we have
opposed?
Brandon here, can I ask him about the bridge thing? I think he had some information.
I have a little bit. A lot of questions got answered. Highway 89's got to be open before we do anything to that bridge.
Right.
So they answered that. Because that really extended response times. But other response times, you are going to see an increase. It's always best to leave any road open. I don't care how you do it. I liked option 2 on there, but because it, come this way, they said it wasn't safe to pull out in the road because of the other bridge. Every intersection is dangerous, my opinion. If you pull out in front of the wrong person or whatever. But yeah, rebuilding it place is, I'm sure, the easiest, cheapest. We can adapt and adjust our response, but not with both roads closed. That really.
That's not an option.
That's not an option.
So I was glad to hear that because we've been told other things, and I'm just glad they cleared that up because that's
What we recommend, there's no guarantee they'll go along with it either.
right.
Right. That's true. What's the increased response time by closing that road to
By
some?
closing that road, you're looking at, depends on which ambulance is going. Coming around to Lynchburg Road, like right now we've had to change districts because of the Highway 89 closure. Lawson was handling, the truck in Lawson was handling everything like all the way down to the closure, to Jabos, all the way down 89. That used to be the truck in Danbury. And the truck in Danbury is handling everything from the other side of Lynchburg, or really it comes out Dan George and Lynchburg. Unit 2 from Lawson was covering all the way up to Dan George Road. So really, it just depends on which truck's coming. If it's the truck in Danbury, you're not going to see a really probably 5 minutes, 6 minutes change going to the last house on Lynchburg Road 2882's address. You're probably going to look at 6 to 8 minutes difference.
It's a lot though if you're having a heart attack.
Yeah.
Just saying.
And then, when that truck's not there, if they move a truck, we move trucks around whenever trucks leave districts. Like if, both King trucks leave, the truck in Danbury goes to Sartown. And then if the Walnut Cove trucks all leave, the truck in Lawsonville comes to Danbury. If the truck in Danbury and Lawsonville's gone, a truck from Walnut Cove will come to Danbury. So we try to cover, we do a lot of standbys to cover the whole county whenever people's.
Brandon, isn't a dual response, like if it's a heart attack or if it's a serious,
Dual response as
like
far
from
as
the fire departments
is
responding?
the fire departments respond,
Yeah.
and us. But on I know that side right now, Lawsonville's covering everything for Danbury because they can come out Piney Grove Church Road since the road closure. It's going to be the same. Whatever they do to the bridge, there's going to be adjustments made to the response. We've had to do it in the past, but it's always best to leave them open. And I'm a landowner too. I don't want someone taking my property. I agree 100% with the citizens and all that. But so we can make it work. There will be some adjustments made to the fire and EMS side of it as far as response.
By the way, your shindig was awesome.
Yeah, it was very
Thank you.
good.
I'm glad
I
y'all,
enjoyed it.
everybody got to come. It was great.
It was good.
So good. Thank y'all.
Appreciate it, Brandon.
Thank you.
All right, next is the Stokes County Aging Planning Committee appointment, and our county manager will present.
So, King Senior Center Director Paula Hall had recommended 2 individuals
There's several open vacancies on the Stokes County Aging Planning Committee. She recommended both Tom Southern and Virginia Southern. They had interest in serving on this committee. And I think Tom is our representative for the Tar Heel senior legislator. So he, I think, represents us in Raleigh. But their applications are attached.
And I'm assuming that just because they're husband and wife, that's not any conflict with this.
I don't believe so. She sent me their bylaws.
I'm just asking.
There'll be a conflict if she can't because that's, she is the chauffeur.
Well, I believe he's our designate. He's our representative, and then she's the alternate, if I'm not mistaken.
She looks after.
Thank you, Keith. Well, then I make a motion that we close nominations then. If there's no conflict of interest with those two. Make a motion, we close nominations and move it to being polled at the next meeting.
Second. Second. Any further discussion, questions? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the proposed budget schedule for fiscal year 24-25. I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, Walnut Cove Senior Center Advisory Council appointments. Yeah, we don't want to miss that. All right, and Amber will present.
So there are currently 5 vacancies on the Walnut Cove Senior Center Advisory Council, and Senior Services Director Vicki East recommended 3 additional individuals to fill those 5 vacancies. So there'll be 2 left over if we end up appointing these, and those applications are for Kimball McEachern, Diane Krukowski, and Jeannie Deese. I hope I said those right. But the applications are attached for viewing as well. So that's good. We're getting some individuals interested in sitting on that council, because I know for as long as I can remember, they've always had several vacancies. So. And I believe that's the one you're on, right, Keith?
Yes.
Going to get a motion to...
Once again, make a motion then, even though they need 5, we do have 3, so I'll make a motion that we close nominations and poll it at our next meeting.
Get a second?
Second.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. And now we go to the proposed budget schedule for fiscal year 24-25.
It's time to set the proposed budget schedule for 2024-2025 budget year. We're working on the budget currently and will be through the majority of May. That'll be what we're primarily focused on, just to get that finished. But we need to go ahead and set the budget schedule, and setting the schedule is a little later this year, just because we were trying to do it a little earlier this year, which we have done, I guess, successfully as far as getting the department budgets in. But just because of the time it takes to go through those budgets, we're still going to have to do it on the last meeting in May. There's no possible way with what finance and I'm doing that we can do it any earlier. Unfortunately, not this year. Hopefully next year we can make that a goal. So that means the budget will be presented to the board at the regular meeting on Tuesday, May 28th. That Monday is a holiday, and so county offices will be closed that Monday. So that makes our next regular meeting on the Tuesday. So that's May 28th instead of on the Monday. And then some of our budget work sessions, I put some potential dates together looking at the commissioners' calendars as far as the set meeting dates for different I guess conflicts that I've already seen, but there hadn't been any so far, except for I know Commissioner Cox contacted me about the possibility of a few conflicts, and I know that there may be 1 or 2 since putting this out there that I've realized conflicts about as well. So that's why this is a draft, just so we can figure out maybe what some of the better dates are. And as you can see, I put them kind of close together, just because June 24th is our last meeting in June, which is when we would hopefully have the budget ordinance prepared for passage. with some of our timelines with, talking about the courthouse project and things. That would really help us if we could do the budget ordinance on the 24th to give us time to get it, thanks to the LGC and different things like that. I can go ahead and point out the ones I already know, just from putting it out there, that we have conflicts on. Thursday, June 6th. That day still looks good, but maybe the time is not good. I think that's North Stokes graduation that night, if I'm not mistaken. Thursday, June 6th. And then on Tuesday, June 4th, there's a 6 o'clock planning meeting that night already for the commissioners, and from my understanding, we will have a planning board meeting that night for y'all. So I was just thinking it might be good if we could have it closer to time. That way, you wouldn't have to. You'll leave and come back. We could just do it all at one time.
That sounds good.
I was just thinking maybe 4 o'clock on June 4th instead of 2 o'clock. But that's really the only changes I have right now.
4 o'clock.
One thing that I pointed out to Amber earlier when we were talking about this, for my work schedule, because I know I'm the only one that really, well, I know.
Hey, what?
I'm gonna say, well, I know your work can be from home.
I'm flexible, yeah.
But trying to be up here 3 days in 1 week is a lot for me, especially given the fact that there's a DSS board meeting, there's a Board of Health meeting, and I know y'all have similar type meetings as well. And it's like I was telling her when we talked to North Carolina Association of County Commissioners, who's helping us with our county manager search, we had talked about possibly even doing interviews and stuff the 1st of June. So that's really going to throw a lot of extra stuff in there. But I don't know, I feel like in the past when we've done our budget work sessions, they've just been a little more spread out, but I do understand that, the need to try to get the budget completed and approved at that last meeting in June, because I know that sometimes we've had to have an additional meeting just to do the budget approval. And that's always something we can do if we had to, but I know they would like us, because of the courtroom expansion and stuff, to do it sooner rather than later. But I don't know what the answer is. I don't know what the flexibility is, or what we'll need to do with interviews and stuff coming up, or possible more hospital meetings. There's just a lot that could play into that. And it may not take as many meetings as we think. Just because we got all these meetings scheduled doesn't mean
We have to use them all.
Yeah, we may.
We've never turned down a meeting.
It ain't for like a try. So, it may not take, just say we came in here on Monday, the 3rd, or whatever, or the 4th, and, I don't think it'll take as long as it did last year when we had all the meetings with the department heads and everything. I don't know. I don't know what to say.
So we're gonna mark off the 6th, that's North 7 graduation.
Yeah, unless y'all want to do a time during the day, which is
I don't want to meet 3 times that week. I'll just be honest.
I mean, I'll just be honest, it's hard to, on a graduation, I know North would be on the 6th, South would be on the 7th, so I think either one of those days we need to mark off.
Okay. Yeah.
We do the 3rd
Mark the 6th
and the
off.
4th. I would mark the 6th
So
off
it's graduation.
completely.
Okay.
I can't do the 13th. I have a board meeting in Raleigh that same time.
So let's say the 3rd at 5 is a for sure. And then we're gonna tweak the time, because we got a planning meeting at 6, so we're gonna meet at 4 for budget. On the 4th, we're gonna scratch the 6th. Okay. Rick can't do the 13th.
So so we're gonna do a Monday, June 3rd at 5, and then the public hearing that same night at 7. Just slide it right in.
Yeah, that's what we've typically done in years past, just because y'all are already here and available.
Doesn't it require 10 work days before you can do the public hearing?
You talking about once the
Once the budget's delivered? Mm-hmm. was,
make
I
sure.
thought it was 10 working days you had to have in there. Or maybe just
As
10
long as
days.
you advertise it, for a certain amount of time. But I'll confirm.
I think there's a requirement of a certain amount of
Yeah, you
time
have to advertise in the paper for a certain length of time
before you can
before
have
you
it.
have the public hearing.
After you get the budget.
Yes.
And I think it's 10 days.
I'll make a note just to confirm.
But I mean, and that may have changed too, I don't know. You know, Ty, if that's, there like a 10 days or something before you have to do the, you're allowed to do the public hearing after you deliver the budget. Does that ring a bell? Maybe I'm drunk, maybe I'm.
No, I think you're on the right track. I'm just trying to figure out the exact language.
We're meeting on the 28th because Memorial Day is on the 27th.
Correct, yeah. So the county offices are closed that day. And we had already had our regular scheduled meeting for the Tuesday instead of the Monday. So that just means we'll just present the budget that day.
So the 13th, the 6th and 13th gone bye-bye?
6th and 13th are gone.
Yeah.
That's good. 13th, I had another meeting that day also with Rick. I like Rick. I've got one on 13th, so we can. So you're gonna present the budget on the 28th. Then you're gonna check on the 10-day deal. We're gonna go June 3rd, 5 o'clock.
Monday, June the 10th is a regular meeting day.
Yes.
What time is that meeting? At 6?
6 o'clock.
6. Guess we could come early that day. Somebody's got a conflict.
No, I don't. We could do that.
I'm good.
It'd be June the 10th.
We gotta come
A
anyway.
couple hours
Yeah.
early.
What time?
Well, our meeting would be at 6, so we could come like at 4 or something.
Yeah.
We need to have a board of trustees meeting that day, or you think it's a possibility? If so, we could maybe.
I don't think so. I think we get around it somehow. We'll do it some other time if we have to.
If we needed to, we could always schedule it at 3.
Solicitation stuff we're doing is all being handled by this board though, so I think that's probably the only thing we need to meet on.
Okay. All right. So then on the 11th, we have joint meeting with the Board of Education.
I question the value of having that meeting. I don't know what the rest of you think, but I don't think we've accomplished a lot with the previous ones, and I really don't think we'll accomplish much with them this time, based on our recent interactions, but that's just my
Can
opinion.
I go back to the 4th? We're gonna meet what's the times we're gonna meet on the 4th?
The June 4th?
Did you say we had a planning meeting on the?
At 6, yeah, that night.
So the planning meeting is gonna be at 6.
Yes.
We're gonna have the budget meeting at 4.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Well, are we required to have I'm just asking, are we required, Ty, to have a meeting with the Board of Education?
I don't believe so.
Oh, I don't think so.
I don't believe
I'm just asking.
I don't think it's a good idea. We're meeting with the Mara meeting. I set up what was recommended by the North Carolina Commissioners Association. This will be our second one. The first one wasn't perfect, but we made some headway. I just don't want to go back. It's just chair and vice chair. Yeah.
Okay.
I just don't want to go backwards. If we don't get nothing At least we're making an effort.
Yeah.
If we have it, I think it needs to be something different about the agenda or something where we accomplish something.
I agree.
I don't think we
I
have.
agree. I agree. The
Easily.
other,
I don't want another meeting where they say, how much money will you give us, and then we'll go do a plan. No, frankly, it's got to be something structured. I have no confidence we're going to ever get a consolidation plan out of them. And so I like it to have some substance to it if we're going to have it. I mean, that's just my opinion.
And if you think we can accomplish something out of it, I'm fine with having it. But if it's just gonna be having it for the sake of having it, and we don't accomplish anything, then, except for possibly more hard feelings, I mean, I don't know where they all stand on that, or how, I mean, I think you can gauge it more by how the meetings are going. Y'all are having chair and vice chair versus chair and vice chair. I mean,
Well, so far, it's been, yeah.
there were some bumpies.
well, I mean, maybe y'all could talk to them in your next meeting then, and fill them out on that.
Before we have blessing tomorrow at lunch.
Yeah, that'd be good. That might
I
be.
mean, maybe.
Hey, I'll bring it up. I'm not shy.
So y'all's meeting with them tomorrow again.
We're meeting tomorrow at Town and Country.
Well,
I'd bring it up then.
I will.
bring it up
I'll
and
bring it
see,
up.
and if we'll hold on, we'll just
There
hold
you go.
on that.
When in doubt, just be blunt and ask.
The elephant in the room.
And I can be
Show
blunt. Just ask my wife.
Set the date for it later, or set a date today in case we have it.
I did tentatively June 11th at 5, but that's pending their confirmation too.
I was gonna say, you haven't even got a confirmation from
No,
them.
no, sir.
First of all, then,
I know.
I say that we find out from
Yeah.
Keith if, that we're gonna have any value of the meeting.
Why don't we, on that, let's see,
We'll bring that up.
13th is gone, okay. Yeah. So the next one's the 17th at 2.
Yes, that was just.
Why don't we plan on that 17th at 2 to stay here till we finish it? I can clear the rest of my day and we'll make ourselves knock it out.
17th?
Yeah. I mean, that was the other one she had mentioned. In lieu of not having the 13th.
I'm all for that.
I can do that.
But somebody better get some candy or something. That's all I'm saying. Or maybe a bowl of fruit to get off the candy deal.
Yeah.
So we're saying the 17th at 2 o'clock that we're coming and we're gonna work as long as it takes. Is that what
Good with
we're
that. I'm good with that.
Knock it out.
I'm good with it too.
That's fine with me.
Not making progress, we'll turn up the
I'll
room
even buy
temperature.
dinner.
Well, make sure. He just, I'm all
Y'all
with
like
it now.
pizza?
He said he would buy dinner. I'm all for it then.
Some extra cheese.
So right now then we have one on the 3rd and one on the 4th and then one on the 10th and then the 17th.
Yes.
On
Yeah,
target.
We're holding on the 11th.
We're holding on the 11th to Keith and Brad meets tomorrow with them.
And well, after you get the word from us, revise this document, resend it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I will.
Well, I didn't write any of it down. I'm just waiting for her version.
Yeah.
So I'll mess it
Well,
up.
and that's why we do this. It's hard to.
Yeah.
It's hard to coordinate unless we just work it all out while we're here. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. Next is the Stokes County Sports Hall of Fame. And if y'all remember back in, I think it was May, wasn't it, Amber? May, where
It was several months ago. Yeah.
several months ago, Keith Whitaker came and talked about
Jeff.
Jeff was.
Jeff. I don't know why I keep calling him Keith. Jeff wanted to kind of mirror the Surrey County Sports Hall of Fame And I know it's a combination of you know, the school system of, you know, of Mount Airy and then the county, and then I guess it's the only two, right?
Surrey has three systems.
Three systems, okay.
Elkin, Mount
Oh,
Airy, and
that's
Surrey
right.
County.
Yeah, okay, I forgot about that. So, but it's a combination of, you know, a committee of, you know, private citizens, and then there's input from the school systems, and I guess some kind of input, or I don't know if maybe it's financial from the county, but I just want to kind of push this along. I hate, you know, he came here and took the time to, and I think it is a good suggestion, and I know we get really, really busy as we continue to go through things, and I'm just trying to go back and clean up some stuff. So if we could just get a point of contact from here, you know, to kind of, you know, tell us what it, you know, if the board needs to do something, if, you know, how you know, a committee, and then you know, get up with Jeff and make sure that, you know, because I know he offered to volunteer, you know, to be on a committee, but how does that committee, how do we do that? Do we advertise it?
It would be, I would say go back and look and see what Surrey did. Like, how did they establish it?
It's under their Parks and Rec department.
Okay. And so it's not a school thing, it's a...
Yeah, the Parks and Rec, I mean, I think the Parks and Rec department they have a committee that the Parks and Rec director's on, and I'm sure it has, a member from the schools on there, from each of the schools, who makes it up probably. I'm not sure who all the members are, but I do know it's housed under the Parks and Rec department, and they handle the monument being updated with all the names, because they have a monument at Fisher River Park that has all the names on it and everything.
You gotta have a committee.
Yeah, you'd have to.
Oh, yeah, it's gotta
And
be.
then you got, and they're gonna have to set guidelines. How far back do you go? 'Cause there's some people that's in heaven who think they were a legend when they were on earth. But they weren't, so.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta have the criteria, because otherwise, I don't know how you establish that criteria, but I think you could put a committee together.
Get a committee
like a
put
research committee at first, just to figure out the best way to do it. I think it's a good idea.
So I'd
Put it at Pine Hall School.
I'd get some research, Amber, on how Surrey established theirs in the beginning.
Right.
And of course, we'll have to have a committee with criteria. It would be good to have it, because I know all the counties, Forsyth, Guilford, Surrey, all of those counties have the Sports Hall of Fame in their counties.
Okay.
One that doesn't. So you'll do some research on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, then you just good for that, and then we'll come back and see what we need to do.
Sounds good.
That's good.
Okay. All right, let's go to the action agenda. First up is the proposed purchase agreement for future green box site. Okay.
Make a motion to approve it. Anybody seconds it?
Give me a second.
Not gonna wait for Ronnie.
Well, we can wait for him to vote. If we can get a second, if we can't get a second, then they don't need to be back.
Still on the fence on this one.
While we're waiting on that, one thing I'd like to do along with this is get an update on what we're doing with that other piece of property we bought for this. If you do that, are we trying to sell it or what? Do you
Yeah,
know?
it's listed on our website as, the surplus property.
Oh, it is already? Okay.
Yeah, it's been, you're talking about the one we've had?
The fire department one or whatever it was, yeah.
Yeah, it's still listed on there to my knowledge, because I checked the other day and it was on there.
How much, do we need to mark it down or something, or what do you think? Do you know?
We just need to put it with a realtor or something. Why have we got it on there like surplus property?
I just can't see it. I was going to look for land, I wouldn't go to the county website.
No, exactly. There's not a for sale sign up there on it, so nobody probably knows.
Yeah, that's my point. That'd be good if we could do something to publicize it a bit more. Unless we want to keep it for some reason, which I don't guess we do, don't we?
Does it join the Pinnacle Fire Department?
I believe so.
There were people at the DOT that had an interest in it for them buying it, but I don't know that they never could agree. They wanted to put like one of those
Gravel
huts.
site or
or-
salt?
Yeah, salt, gravel, whatever, which makes sense, but
Yeah, that's it. I don't know.
no.
Brought it up earlier when they were all here.
Yeah,
right?
when-
Yeah.
Well, we got a deal for y'all.
Time is everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so we're back to the proposed purchased agreement for the future green box site. Commissioner Morris has made a motion.
I'll second it.
All right, so now we can go to discussion. Is there any,
I only had one call against it, and it was a lady
got the same call?
Okay, yes, and I agree. There's got to be some way to police the side of the road. She was worried about the traffic and garbage flying everywhere in the fields. So,
Well, my two things. One, I don't know if it's really worth that much money. I just don't, looking at other land for sale around the area where all those cars are, it's just seems like a lot for something right there, and I just don't know that it's needed yet. It may be in the future, but I don't think it is right now. Not when you can add more compactors to Pinnacle, you could add more compactors to Walnut Cove. We just improved them and made them better, so.
which brings up something I'll bring up later. Well, since I saw I'll bring it up now. Heading to Walnut Cove Saturday, I saw a real estate sign up on the property joining the green boxes.
Walnut Cove?
Yes, they finally put that up for sale.
How much it is?
I don't know. I don't know if it's all of it
It's,
or just
you're talking about. Before you get
across
to
from Snake Ranch.
the brick building. There
Well,
used to be
I
a
can't tell if it's the
landscaping-
brick building or the little shop, or both. I just found it interesting that there was a real estate sign that I had never seen before.
Mr. Mendenhall?
Well, I mean, I know where Keith just talked about, and I know who owns that, and I know how it all got sold out from under us. So, but that's one case, so. I mean, I'm sort of like Commissioner Cox, but up to the board as a whole, I'm the same way as far as where this location is, and do we really need that location at this time? I'm sort of hesitant, but like I say, come down to a vote of the board.
Well, I got the impression this is like insurance. We're not gonna be doing nothing tomorrow.
No, this is just, yeah.
Oh, no,
for-
Just being proactive, yeah.
Yeah, just for the future, is what it
I
is.
just wanna make sure I had the right understanding.
Yeah.
As you have more development, it'll probably be harder to find a site when you do need one. If it's overpriced, I wouldn't mind having somebody take a
Well, I
second
think
look at that. I don't know.
I think the zoning was correct already too.
General's already zoned for it.
That was the big
That
thing,
was-
I think, that he
Yeah.
looked
Yeah.
at was that part, and I get that part, but
Been down that road.
do we know if we even counter offered or anything like that, Amber? I mean,
I think Stewart, negotiated that price with him, from my understanding, right? I mean, if you think it's worth less, I can go back to Stewart
no,
and see.
I'm not their real
I mean,
estate agent. looked at land for sale just on the internet in
Don't look
Stokes
like it.
County. And it's like, you know,
Though that when
15 seems a little more.
when you look to put a green box site somewhere, I don't, especially it's already zoned.
Right. That's the kicker.
Because I think if it's not, then I'd be more in line with you, because look what happened
Right.
with the other site that was gonna be, and then there was there was an uproar.
That's true.
Try to get them to put it over in the park lot temporarily, you know, and King was just totally against doing that, you know, and I'm not saying they were wrong or anything, but it's just the sensitivity of these things, or there ain't many places you're gonna put one very easily.
Oh, and then the other thing, and you know, this is down the road, but in my mind too is, you know, what happens when Winston gets full? Where we taking our trash?
Yeah.
I mean, what is the plan?
Yeah.
But again, I know in the past we haven't done a good job.
You're taking it further.
Well, I'm just saying I mean, it's you just, you know, it's that strategic planning and it's the what ifs and it's the, and you know, what maybe technologies, I mean, I don't want to spend up time, you know, now doing that, but that's why I just thought that this would be a safe, we'd have something for, it might be 10 years down the road, but then, you know, the future board, the people that sit up here will have an easier job. They won't have to buy a place. It's
That's
already,
true.
it's already there.
I don't think it's going to be needed right away, but
Yeah, it's not needed right away.
It's just an investment that we're not likely to lose a whole lot of money on, probably won't lose any money on it.
Well, I think what Stewart's plan was, if it was approved, was to go ahead and get the agreement signed and everything, and the seller was good with deferring the payment to the budget. So we could just, that way, I mean, we wouldn't have to appropriate the money right away, we could just incorporate it into the budget.
Well, I'll just be honest, the only thing that would sell me on it is already zoned. The zoning is.
that's the only.
It's huge.
I'm, just to be honest, I know exactly where it's at. I've been there many times. I used to go to Friendship Church. I know, I don't believe. That's what I'm saying. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Probably won't be able to.
I'll go ahead.
I
I mean, you just won't be able to get it zoned. We tried that other place.
I know,
in King,
so
too.
I know.
Not just the
Well,
park
that's
lot,
why I
but
think
I
the-
said the zoning is
Yeah,
what's
right, yeah.
Yeah, that's
That's the big thing.
part of what we're paying for,
I
really.
just remember what Ed said, they ain't making no more land.
Just don't approve any change to zoning on it either after we get it.
That'd really be bad, wouldn't it? Well, I say we just go ahead and take a vote there.
So we've got a motion, we've got a second, we've had our discussion, so all in favor of the purchase, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, it's unanimous, it passes.
with hesitancy.
With the asterisk.
Yeah,
A
exactly.
big asterisk by that.
Can't make this stuff up.
Exactly.
Oh, man.
All right, next up is the policy for food and mobile vendors operating on county property. Can I motion to approve?
I'll second it. I've read that so many times. Tired of reading it. I'll second Rick's
All
motion.
right, yeah, any further discussion, questions? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Next is the Tourism Development Authority Board appointments. And no more applications have been received.
We need to say all these names.
Yes, we do.
Is it just a poll? Oh,
All we gotta do is poll.
yeah, but can't you just one person do all the names and then? Yeah,
Okay.
First person say all the names and then everybody else says.
right, agree or whatever, yeah, okay,
You want me to do it?
please.
Tedder, Rogers, O'Neill, Fowler, Hoskins, Willard, and Sawyers.
I agree with that list.
Okay, I agree with the list.
I agree.
I agree. That's presented.
Next up is, I have a proclamation recognizing Older Americans Month. Whereas May is Older Americans Month, a time for us to recognize and honor Stokes County older adults and their immense influence on every facet of American society. And whereas through their wealth of life experience and wisdom, older adults guide our younger generations and carry forward abundant cultural and historical knowledge. And whereas older Americans improve our communities through intergenerational relationships, community service, civic engagement, and many other activities. And whereas communities benefit when people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds have the opportunity to participate and live independently. And whereas Stokes County must ensure that older Americans have the resources and support needed to stay involved in their communities, reflecting our commitment to inclusivity and connectedness. And now, therefore, we, the Stokes County Board of County Commissioners, do hereby proclaim May 2024 as Older Americans Month. This year's theme, Powered by Connection, emphasizes the profound impact of the meaningful interactions and social connection on the well-being and health of older adults in our community. We call upon all residents to join us in recognizing the contributions of our older citizens and promoting programs and activities that foster connection, inclusion, and support for older adults.
Motion to approve this proclamation for the Older Americans Month to be May 2024.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor? Aye. All opposed, motion carries.
And then we added one item to action, the EMS part-time rate increase request. That will be effective the start of next pay.
Motion to approve the EMS part-time, is that right, Amber, part-time?
Yes, sir.
That where we would match what Yadkin County is currently listed. That's my motion.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Any discussion, further questions? All in favor? Aye. All opposed, motion carries. Can I get a motion to go into closed session? Or do you have to read it first? You have to read the reasoning first, yeah, okay, yeah.
To consult with an attorney employed or retained by the public body in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the public body, which privilege is hereby acknowledged pursuant to General Statute 143-318.1183, and to discuss matters relating to the location or expansion of industries or of other businesses in the area served by the public body, including agreement on a tentative list of economic development incentives that may be offered by the public body in negotiation pursuant to General Statute 143-318.1184.
Can I get a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
All right. All in favor? Aye. All opposed, motion carries. One closed session. entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Further discussion? Questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion